How are you doing? Long hair. Another done. Oh, no, you're still.
Do you want to watch it?
I grabbed.
Yes. We need like 40 votes. No. Our secretary of the Commonwealth now for parliamentary conference from Zambia. Oh, it's from our continent.
How are you? I'm good. Eh,
Hey,
mm,
I said, what about? Yeah,
Yeah, sometimes.
how is it?
I don't know, but you
Yeah, you know, please, you know, man, what happened, and I please, man,
all night.
every night.
Yeah. Done. Okay, so it's succeeding.
Yes. So, yeah. Yeah, it's to be like. Hey, but as cats, I was sneaking number 9 at least.
9, 5.
Yeah, but I, you know, you look like we put it out there. Five.
5.
Yeah, they're pushing.
Saying there are several quiet, everybody's doing these speeches.
But say, hey, Buddhi, are you now looking like this on purpose?
Yo, I remember Peter.
The world traveler is back.
All the way from Australia.
How was it down under? Which city did you go to? Sydney, oh, it's nice, man. So I'm so used to that. When I lived in Taiwan, every year I back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, I lived most there for 12 years. Yeah, so it was, yes.
Before we were there.
Yes.
Now we want
Yeah.
one.
Who's that?
The guy they his first name is Lily, but only but Lily. This is the period.
Africa. No, it's great. No, Sydney, it's lovely. I went there very long time.
Very much to you. And how was your weekend? Yeah. Today is best thing you can is it? But don't forget that in the Western we are in control. We don't care about the GNU. This one, no, in the Western Cape, we won. Nobody won the GNU.
There you go. Congratulations on posting a video. Well done.
Oh yeah, I'm catching up on LinkedIn. Now my other pages. Everything is there. No, I keep on forgetting it, right? And I want to try and become the whole.
Good day, mate. Good day. How's Australia? Oh, wow. I'm pretty fine. What other pages?
Instagram, my Facebook fan page, TikTok. The only one that I now have to, after LinkedIn is now, I need to start getting active on Twitter again because I haven't. Twitter, I'm not, but I've started now. LinkedIn. Say again? Yeah, but I'm trying to. That's why you see a lot now because we just backlog.
You speak fluent Australian English now. Now, our chef only by one. See the guy from Zambia.
But I, at least, because he got to Thank you for your service. And you must remember now, remember you get your delegation from the paper. Not from the.
Taking a back seat. Enter. Away.
Noe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, man.
Recording in progress.
There will now be a moment of silence or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, I would like to remind delegates that the rules, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 applies. I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motions, which will take approximately 20 minutes. Which will take about 20 minutes. Delegates who wish to give notices of motion should raise their hands or use the raise hand function on the virtual platform, which each delegate will be afforded 1.5 minutes. Therefore, I would request the table staff to advise if there's anyone on the virtual platform whom we must allow time to speak. Can I be assisted with the list of members who raise the motions? Thank you very much. I will then start with Honorable Lekwase.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of Council, the House debates the municipal debt to ESCOM, and further notes that as of August 2024, municipalities in South Africa owed ESCOM an amount of 82.3 billion, which is equals to $4.5 billion. Further notes, and also that the House further notes that in 2023, the National Treasury's Intergovernmental Relations Unit issued Municipal Finance Management Act Circular 124 as part of the ESCOM Municipal Debt Relief Program that was geared towards assisting municipalities pay off their debt to ESCOM by offering to write off their debt over 3 years under 14 conditions to qualify, including making minimum collections, ring-fencing the ESCOM account so that it is paid first, and limiting borrowing. And despite the ESCOM debt relief program, municipal debt to ESCOM continues to rise, with many municipalities failing to honor their commitment to pay off their debts. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lekwase. We now move on to Honorable Fanny.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council debates the urgent need to ensure effective regulation of spaza shops to curb the sale of expired and dangerous products and goods. Also acknowledge that spaza shops have long been a lifeline for the township economy, providing essential goods to communities. However, the recent outbreak of food poisoning that has resulted in the hospitalization of over 200 pupils and the death of 23 children has raised some serious concerns about regulations and bylaws governing spaza shops and in many communities across South Africa. And also acknowledge the urgent need to develop a holistic an effective interdepartmental coordination model to curb the sale of expired and dangerous products and goods, while also ensuring that spaza shops continue to serve as a viable and integral part of the township economy. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Feni. We have noted the notice. We now move to Honorable Aris. Whilst we still await Honorable Aris, I'll now move to Honorable Briet.
Honorable Chair, if you will allow me to bring this notice on behalf of Honorable Breed.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that the House debates the district development model in South Africa, especially taking into account district municipalities, their current mandate, the actual input made by these municipalities in terms of service delivery at local level, and noting that there has been no measurable results or success stories from the DDM being implemented. I so move.
Thank you very much. I now move to Honorable Gerike. Honorable Gerike. I'm now proceeding to Honorable Nzimande.
Thank you. I rise on behalf of MK Party that in the next sitting of the House, we shall debate the deep concern of the performance on the critical health outcome involving infant mortality rate, which highlights in 2024 the alarming mortality rates. If you count 23.129 per 1,000 live birth. Recognizing that most Sahara regional countries perform reasonably poor against the health outcome and or indicator. We need to engage on collaborative strategies to improve performance on the health outcomes. The socio-economic.
Honorable Member, can you try and speak closer to your mic? We hardly hear. Yes, thank you so much.
Collaborative strategies on the health outcome issues, the socio-economic factors impacting negatively on the performance on health outcome issues. It is the government that to deal with the reduction of this mortality rate. We affirm the strengthening on intergovernmental relations too. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm sure you are going to submit it and then we'll accordingly have a close look of what you've been saying. Honorable members are saying you've been slaying. They wanted to hear your rally voice. I'm now moving on to Honorable Siwisa.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council in its next sitting debates the shortage of women's shelters in South Africa as this lack affects women's empowerment and safety. Safe and supportive shelters which offer counseling, legal assistance, and skills development is a critical intervention for women who want to escape from gender-based violence and other abusive situations. However, there currently exists a shortage of shelters in South Africa for women and in provinces such as the Northern Cape, limiting women's options and opportunities to rebuild their lives. I so move.
Thank you very much, Malibongwe. I'm now moving on to Honorable Midupi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting should debate the circulation of illegal firearms that continue to pose a security threat to the people of South Africa. Notes that in 2022-2023 financial year, the South African Police Service recorded 7,653 stolen firearms and recorded around 15,600 offenses for the possession of illegal firearms and ammunition, and acknowledge that illicit guns and ammunition have resulted in the rise of gun-related violence and crime in South Africa, with communities living under the constant threat of heavily armed criminals and gangs. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Medupi. Honorable members, I now invite any honorable members who still wish to move a notice of motion who was not recorded. There's none. Okay, Honorable Chira and Honorable Peter, I'll start with Chira. You have 1 minute 30.
Just a clarity quickly, Chairperson, before Nkala. I don't know, I think this is happening for the third time where we alert Parliament that I'll be doing a motion without notice, but I'm not recorded. I don't know if it's the case again. Or maybe Nglandela program wrong, Chairperson.
Honorable Chira, I am still on notices of motion.
Noted. Ngiyabonga,
So
Sihlalo.
we are done with all the speakers who requested in advance. I'm now affording an opportunity for afterthoughts. Yes. Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves that the House on its next sitting discuss the pressing challenges which currently face the Department of Health, such as ambulance shortages, security concerns, and infrastructure deficiencies, all of which significantly hinder effective healthcare delivery to the public, especially in the rural areas of the Eastern Cape. I so move.
Thank you, Venerable Peter. Honourable members, we've come to the end of motions, notices of motions. We are now allowing you an opportunity to move motions without notice. Again, 20 minutes is allocated for this. And I do have the speaker's notes before me. I will start with Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I here move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with appreciation the celebration and commemoration of the Disability Month held by the Itumeleng Learners with Special Education Needs School on Saturday, the 9th November. Also note that the event was meant to empower the learners through displaying the items they have produced to their parents and the community at large, and bring awareness on the different abilities of children with disabilities. Further notes that the event was attended by different stakeholders who played different roles in disability awareness and support to the school. Therefore, congratulate the management of the school governing body, and the student of Itumeleng Learners School on an informative and successful program. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Is there any objection? The motion without notice is agreed to. I'm now moving on to Honorable Ndlangisa Notata.
Chairperson, will you allow me to present the motion without notice on behalf of Honorable Langisa Notata?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes with utmost concern persistent political instability of the coalitions in the local government, which continues to undermine the capacity of municipalities to fulfill their constitutional development mandate. Further notes that political instability in the local sphere of government also affects the effective functioning of municipalities and their governance systems. Acknowledges that political instability that is created by loose coalition arrangements in the local sphere of government continues to rob the communities of their fundamental human rights and dignity guaranteed in the Constitution and erodes the trust and confidence of the people, not only in local government as the sphere of government at the coalface of service delivered, but the whole government and democracy as a whole. Believes that the Constitution locates the National Council of Provinces and the Ministry of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs at the cutting edge of fostering integrated cooperative governance and strengthening local government and cooperative governance. And lastly, takes this opportunity to call on the Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Honorable member, your time has expired. The motion will become a notice of motion and it shall be printed in the next order.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Can I then put it before the House? Is there any objection? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to. I'm now moving on to Honorable van den Berg.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that this House notes the outstanding research performed by Syrian research fellow Maya Aghatlep-Mchami, a doctoral candidate at Harvard Graduate School for Education, published in the International Journal of Education Development, notes that her research delves into the intricate relation between schooling and power, with the purpose of understanding how language of instruction choices can amplify the dominance of certain groups and individuals while further marginalizing others. Notes that her research illuminates a growing problem relating to declining global literacy rates, namely a mismatch between the language that students speak at home and the language of instruction used in schools. More than 40% of children in the world are schooled in a language they do not understand or speak well. Further notes that in terms of Section 31 of the Constitution, persons belonging to a cultural, religious, or linguistic community may not be denied the right to schooling in their mother tongue. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable van den Berg. Is there any objections to the motion?
Objections, Chair. I stand to object on the motion.
The motion stands defeated. I'm now inviting Honorable Feni.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice that the council note with utmost concern the decision by the Department of Basic Education to allow provinces their matric examination papers through private printers instead of using the state-owned GPW printers. Also acknowledges that while there is a need for Department of Basic Education to strengthen security systems to prevent the leaking of matric examination papers, the decision to allow provinces to use their private printers, which has massively increased the cost of printing from less than 1 billion to more than 3.6 billion, is unjustifiably and unwarrantedly too high under the current budget constraints. Further acknowledges while provinces are required to use their printing process in terms of the norms and standards for printing issued by the Department of Basic Education, the failure to use financial viable printing options such as state-owned GPW printers and implementing robust cost control measures will create avenues for corruption and price gouging by unscrupulous provinces and officials. also calls on the Minister of Basic Education and various MECs for education to ensure that they implement prudent financial systems and control measures to manage the escalating cost of printing, transportation, storage, and security of matric examination papers. I
Honorable
so move.
member, okay, just in time. Is there any objection to this motion? The motion is agreed to. I'm now moving to Honorable Gotzel.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the DA, I hereby move without notice that this House 1 notes that the Blouberg Nature Reserve coastline was awarded Green Coast status for the 5th time this year by the Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA. 2 notes that South Africa's first Green Coast status was awarded to the City of Cape Town's Blouberg Nature Reserve in 2018, and since then has been awarded annually in recognition of the city's commitment to preserving the unique flora and fauna along its coastline. Notes that the Green Coast status complements the International Blue Flag program as it allows municipalities to sustainably manage coastal sites outside of traditionally developed swimming beaches. 4, notes that this achievement comes as a result of the city's environmental management department and its implementing partner, the Friends of Blouberg Conservation Area. 5, commends the WESA Green Coast program, which aims to empower local communities through incentivizing effective conservation and environmental education initiatives. And 6, further commends the Blouberg Nature Reserve for its ongoing commitment to conserving and monitoring its sensitive coastal areas, for maintaining the high standards set out by the WESA Green Coast criteria, and for continuing to educate and empower local communities. So move.
Honorable members, can I put the motion before the House for adoption? So agreed to. We now move on to Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council knows that prepaid electricity users across the country have to upgrade their prepaid meters before 24 November 2024, or else they will no longer be able to purchase their electricity. Further knows that prepaid electricity customers must decode their meters by the 24th November as required by the Standard Transfer Specification Association. Further recognize that ESCOM has said that there will be no extension after the 24th of November deadline for the token identifier update, and that after this date, users will no longer be able to purchase any electricity. Further recognize that with the looming deadline, residents of Hampashele and surrounding areas in Limpopo have had to endure long queues, camping overnight outside of ESCOM offices in Lubwakhomo in a quest to update and migrate their electricity meters. Let us acknowledge the case of the 86-year-old woman who last Monday morning arrived there at 5 a.m. in the morning after 4 days of queuing, was still standing in the same queue unassisted. Further acknowledge that this
Honorable
incident—
member, I'm afraid your time is up. You have exceeded your 1.5 minutes. Therefore, the motion will
I so
become
move.
a notice of a motion and it shall be printed in full on the next order paper. Can I put it before the House for adoption, honourable members? So agreed to. I'm now moving to Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
On behalf of the African National Congress, I rise without notice, that the council notes with devastation that on the 5th of November, a bridge collapsed in Mazimtoti, KZN, damaging several cars. Also notes that the collapse of the bridge on the N2 South was caused by heavy rainfalls that were accompanied by thunderstorm in the very same province of KZN. We further note that a day before, a family was severely injured during a thunderstorm in Umgugundlovu in the same province of KZN. We therefore call on disaster management authorities to be on a high alert, Chair, especially in KZN and Eastern Cape. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Are there any objections to the motion? The motion is agreed to. I'm now moving to Honorable Mtinga.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that council notes that shack settlements and inhumane settlements are a daily reality to thousands of people across the country. Amachochombe, amabobosi, blagisa. Further note that section 26(1) of the Constitution stipulates that everyone has a right to adequate housing, while section 26(2) of the Constitution goes on further to provide that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. Council needs to recognize that millions of people and vulnerable people across the country face significant challenges in accessing adequate housing and other basic services, including water, sanitation, electricity, and refuse removal. Furthermore, the council needs to recognize that in Cape Town, Buffalo City Municipality, and in many other urban centers and provinces, there still exist numerous shack dwelling communities who struggle daily with no access to proper sanitation, clean water, or electricity. Acknowledge that RTP housing was supposed to be the answer for many homeless South Africans. However,
I'm sorry,
I saw
question
Minister of Human Settlement.
Okay.
Phela mabobos.
Honorable Member, can I put the motion before the House for adoption? So agreed to. I'm now moving to Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress. One, that note on the 7th November 2024, President Cyril Ramaphosa officiated at the auspicious occasion of the unveiling of the statue of King Shaka Sezangakona at King Shaka International Airport in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. Two, also note that the statue was erected to honor the life and legacy of King Shaka, a visionary leader who was courageous and united the Zulu people. Three, further note that Isilo Samapandla belongs to a group of great warrior kings and queens who took up the spear of resistance against colonial invaders long before we waged the struggle for our liberation from apartheid rule. Lastly, we congratulate the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government, the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture, the Department of Transport, AXA, for fulfilling their undertaking to erect this memorial in honor of Isilo. So we move. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to. I'm now moving to Honorable Brett.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes in commemoration of all the brave people who laid down their lives for their beliefs and ideals in wars within and beyond the frontiers of our beloved country, and in commemoration of International Remembrance Day on the 11th day of November of every year, this House honor their memory and commitment to our freedom. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Brits. Is there any objection to the motion? None. The motion is agreed to. I'm now moving to Honorable Sibande.
Honorable Chair, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note that yesterday, 11 November, was the birthday of the iconic South African artist, Dr. Esther Nikwambi Mahlangu. Also note that Dr. Mahlangu is well known for her bold, large-scale, contemporary painting referencing her Ndebele heritage. Was born on 11 November 1935 in a farm located outside Middelburg, Mpumalanga province. Further note that her artistic work is celebrated worldwide as her collaborated with the international companies and her work commissioned by international museums. These include BMW, Rolls-Royce, Belvedere, Vodka and Virginia Museum of Fine Arts. Dr. Mahlangu has received numerous honors. These include South African Order of Ikamanga in silver in 2006, the first United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees, South African NGO and Multi-Stakeholder Award in 2019, and several honorary degrees of local and international universities, which had to live long and enjoy good health. I so move.
Thokoze. I take it the hands are in agreement with the motion. Agwande. The motions is agreed to. I'm now moving to Honorable Chira Bongas.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the EFF that Council notes the gross injustice faced by Mam Rebecca Molefe, who has been wrongfully evicted from her ancestral land by Prestige Park, led by Brenda Paulus, Dean Els, Kerk Thomas Bersla, and Daniel Paulus under the Prestige Park entity. Further notes that Section 25 of the Constitution provides that no one may be deprived of property except in terms of law of general application, and Section 26 provides that no one may be evicted from their home or have their home demolished without an order of court, and no law may permit arbitrary evictions. Recognize that Prestige Park initiated an unlawful eviction proceeding in 2021, disregarding land tenure, ESTA laws, and Rebecca's valid land claims at the Department of Agriculture, Land and Rural. Further, recognize that the law protects everyone against illegal evictions and that it is a criminal offense for any person to unlawfully evict anyone. Acknowledge that in 2023, Rebecca was forcibly removed from her home despite a pending High Court application and the Land Claims Court. Further, acknowledge that the heritage home was crushed without valid court papers or a valid court order, with her belongings thrown out across the road. We call for a full investigation into Prestige Park's illegal actions and the failure of government officials in the case of the Molefes. We call on the NCOP to investigate the full scope of illegal evictions of old women and widows in the Western region, and to ensure that justice is served for the victims who have suffered in similar circumstances like the Molefes. We call on the NCOP to intervene and ensure relevant stakeholders attend to the case as such. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Chira. Is there any objection to the motion? The motion stands defeated. I'm now moving to Honorable Modise.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that the Gauteng Premier, Panyaza Lesufi, has announced that the province will implement the new bylaws and regulation for the operation of spaza shops and re-register tax shops, following the death of 23 children due to foodborne illness across the province. Also note that the MEC for Economic Finance and Economic Development, Maile, and all MMCs will develop a template for re-registration for businesses, especially those that were involved in illness and death of children. Further note that the provincial government admitted that it is aware that the informal sector is a vital component of the economy in addressing poverty, unemployment, and inequality, but have the responsibility to trade in accordance with legal requirements and in a manner that promotes public health and safety. Therefore, congratulate the Gauteng government for the uniform approach in dealing with this health scare and send our condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones. I so move.
Modise, are there any objections to the motion? The motion is agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice, honorable members? I see the hand of Honorable Mokoena, and I will follow by Honorable Badenhorst, and lastly, Honorable Mudupe. And also Honorable Peter, in that order.
Greetings, Chair. Thank you. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to move a motion without notice that this council notes and recognizes the devastating crisis of gender-based violence that plagues our society. The violence primarily targeting women, children, and persons with disability has reached epidemic proportions. The 16 days of activism against gender-based violence from November 25 till December 10 is a sobering reminder of how much work remains to this scourge. While we honor the resilience of the GBV survivors, we must also confront the painful reality of our collective efforts have yet to stop this violence. The time for real action is now. In 2022-23, SAPS crime stats reported approximately 10,000 women murdered and over 50,000 cases of assault against women. 1 in 5 women has experienced physical or sexual violence from a partner. Children remaining vulnerable, disabled people remain especially vulnerable. Women and children face heightened abuse. They are twice as likely to experience physical abuse and sexual violence, lacking access to necessity and support structures within government. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Is there no objection? None. The motion so agreed to. Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chair, I'll wait till after the motions if you don't mind. It's not a motion. I just want to bring a message from Honorable Boshoff.
Honorable members, order. Honorable Badenhorst, let me conclude then with the motions without notice, and I will then revert back to you. I will take Honorable Mudupi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note with profound sorrow and sadness passing of Mandisa Monagadi, a key voice in today's gender-based violence discourse. Member Monagadi was the founder and executive director of Ilita Labantu, a survivor of domestic violence who was driven by the desire to see women and children protected from any form of violence. Also note that her impact extended far beyond the borders of South Africa. Mandisa was a global advocate for women rights, representing our nation at international conferences and bringing attention to pressing issues such as gender equality, human rights, and peace. We offer our deepest condolences to her family, friends, and all those who had honor of knowing and working alongside her. So I move.
Thanks, Honorable Mudupi. Is there any objection? So agreed to. Thank you. Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House notes that the 45-year-old Sipho Sokolo Miekete, who allegedly orchestrated the murder of 18 people in Lusikisiki, was released in a parole on 2 May 2023 after serving more than 21 years for life imprisonment on charges of murder and armed robbery. Further notes, according to the South African Department of Correctional Services, more than 65% of parolees return to prison within 2 years, which shows the poor parole board system that often results to the release of unrehabilitated convicts. The UDM condemn the parole release of convicts of Schedule 8 offenses, which includes rape and murder, as they are more likely to commit more crimes. The current rehabilitation center process in the Correctional Services Center does not provide effective guidance for the offenders to be back in communities. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Peter. Is there no objection? The motion is agreed to. Honorable members, we've come to the end of the motions without notice. Honorable members, as you would recall that one of us has lost a spouse, Honorable Boshoff, and we have since conveyed condolences as colleagues in the NCOP, and accordingly, there has been a response from the family. I will then afford Honorable Badenhorst to convey back the message to the honorable members. Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. On behalf of Honorable Boshoff and his son Jason, I hereby would like to convey a sincere gratitude to all the members of this House and in fact the House itself for sending a letter of condolences and to all the individual messages from all the members during a time of grief. She's really appreciative of it and she sends her warm regards. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we will now proceed to the subject for debate. We shall now proceed to the subject for debate as is printed on the order paper, the debate on infrastructure development in local government as the only path to viable municipalities. And on the same vein, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Hlabisa, as well as our Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to the House, Honorable Zigalala. And we want to take this opportunity and thank you so much for always availing yourself for the business of the NCOP. We really appreciate that. And we wish you all the success in your future endeavor as you strive to transform the lives of our people. Having said that, I'll now call upon Honorable Makesini to open the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Wena uzuhlala apho uzawugalela ngamanzi.
Honorable Badenhorst,
You
order.
you must come
Order.
to
You must allow the speaker on the podium to speak. Honorable Makesini, order. Your time is moving as you are responding to Honorable Badenhorst. Can you take the podium?
Enkosi Chairperson, ndintathela eli xesha ndibulise i-leadership of the Economic Freedom Fighters led by the Commander-in-Chief Julius Selo Malema. Allow me, Speaker, to also extend my sincere gratitude to the millions of South African people who are watching this debate from the different parts of the country, the rest of the continent, and the globalized world. We are also gathered here today, Chairperson, to foreground an argument to demonstrate to the House and the people of South Africa that the infrastructure development in local government is more of the key drivers and enablers of economic growth, which lead to the creation and viable municipalities that adequately met the needs of our people. But for local government and municipality effectively to meet these needs of the people, they ought systematically to put in place implement clear plan of industrial policy through which they can bring about a viable towns, cities, and municipality. A viable municipality is defined its sound tax base and ability to generate sustainable income to cover its operation expenditure, debt, while it's also able
to deliver the basic services to meet the needs of the people. We urge here, Chairperson, that for a municipality to be viable in the first place, it needs a local infrastructure development at the heart of its coherent economic growth plan. But not only on this, Chair, it also needs to uproot the rampant and entrenched corruption tender system that is linked to the destruction of existing infrastructure in many municipalities across the country. The recent incident relating to the extortionists who extort money from the developers, construction mafia, who demand a certain percentage from the state-led construction project in the communities, and other social ills that are weaponized against the potential development and the progress is at the tip of the much bigger iceberg, as well as demonstration of the society that has a constant war with itself. So, Chairperson, this is one of the war that as a country we cannot we cannot afford to lose. We need to be united to fight this corruption. Chairperson, the lives of our people deeply dependent on the resolve a cartel scourge of corruption and infrastructure development space in particular. In his compelling account entitled By the Social Contract, Jean-Jacques Rousseau instilled in us the sense that as a state, we have an obligation to protect those who entrusted us with the responsibility to lead them. And it is because of this reason, among many reasons, that the country will need to fight this scourge of violence. That we cannot allow the corruption-linked infrastructure development and non-finish of the project to be the order of the day. In other words, Chairperson, we cannot be detected by criminals syndicate in the form of construction mafia, extortions, who are the agent of development and purvey of the deindustrialization in our cities, towns, and municipalities. In our founding manifesto as economic freedom fighters, we present a progressive position to adopt a long-term funding framework for infrastructure development, to explore the different build, operate, transfer models as means of infrastructure delivery, working with the community to build infrastructure. Municipality must use infrastructure development and expansion as means of massive labor absorbing industrialization for the upstream and downstream sector. Without a massive industrialization across the different municipalities, towns, and the cities, we will not be able to create decent jobs, thus keeping the scourge of rising unemployment in the country. A massive industrialization is one of the major tools through which we can revive people participation in the economic activities of the country. For there is a correlation between the industrialization and creation of jobs. Thus, improvement to the well-being of our society. In our view, Chairperson, is that municipality must build road infrastructure, railway infrastructure, water and dam infrastructure, harbor infrastructure, education infrastructure, health and care infrastructure, community infrastructure, and energy infrastructure. That will enable the company to establish industries in order to create massive of our people, job for our people. Through this massive industrial development project, Chairperson, we will undoubtedly be able to create viable municipalities that meet the needs of residents, that improve the well-being of our people. However, we are aware, Chairperson, that South African municipalities don't have enough resources to cover the responsibilities that they are responsible because of the fiscal policies that they are mandated them to sell the water and electricity and as a profit revenue. In the House, Chairperson, we also made it worse when it comes to the issue of corruption, that they take the little resources to those contractors when they were given opportunity to do the work for our people. The corruption we need to deal with. We cannot officially allow the official who take the money from our people and hamper the service delivery. Like what happened in Machabeng last week Friday, where a contractor neglected a project and 2 children drowned and died. There were no signage. That was happening in Ward 17 in Machabeng. Chairperson,
The report of capital expenditure by the public sector published by States SA paints a horrified picture that since 2016, spending on infrastructure by the government has decreased by 29%, 82 billion. This is therefore also means that South African state in its current form does not develop its infrastructure or deliver the services because of it has no capacity. South Africa has over the 3 decades have been traveled down on the path of a devastating consequences of the economy. It's worse now. Get GA and ANC coalition. There is nothing that is happening. What is evident is that is a lacking of good and effective governance. This point is a problem and a political incompetence of the part of the ruling elite who show no signs of being concerned about the infrastructure. The ruling elite including Ababalapa, Base Western Cape, Abakamalusi Boy, Emina Bantu Bebajongile. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters stand firm in the belief that the public infrastructure is a backbone of any thriving and just society. In conclusion, Chair, we believe that it's through the well-planned, executed infrastructure project that we can realize a growth and job creation and better quality for life for the downtrodden masses of our society. Chairperson, what I just presented here today is a precise fact that indeed the infrastructure development is a catalyst of a stable and a viable local government, and that we need a stable, self-reliant, self-dependable, a corrupt-free municipality which are not centered on the influence of the politics for them to do their work. They must do their work free or fair or without any intimidation. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now move to the Honorable Minister Hlabisa.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members and distinguished guests. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the House for the opportunity to engage in today's discussion. This debate addresses a crucial matter that lies at the heart of our shared responsibilities and aspirations as leaders, and I believe it is an important step towards fostering collaboration and effective solution. This debate takes place in the NCOP, a platform that effectively represents the diverse interests, hopes, and voices of our provinces. It allows us a constructive bridge. It allows us to constructively bridge the gap between national priorities and local realities, focusing on the unique needs and challenges faced by municipalities throughout the country. Honorable members, I trust you will agree that robust and reliable infrastructure is fundamental for our municipalities to attract business, foster job creation, and invigorate local economies. Businesses seek well-maintained roads for efficient transportation, consistent water and energy supplies for their operation, and strong connectivity to engage with larger markets. Thoughtful investment in infrastructure not only opens doors for new business opportunities and enhances tourism, but also promotes the economic activities that are vital for sustainable municipal revenue. Infrastructure is fundamental to enhancing the quality of life for all residents. well-maintained roads, reliable access to clean water, effective sanitation, public transportation, and efficient waste management systems are vital for promoting health and safe community. In a multitude of ways, infrastructure creates connections to valuable opportunities and helps bridge the divide between underserved communities and the mainstream. By addressing these critical needs, we can collaboratively work towards reducing inequalities and fostering a foundation for inclusive growth and jobs creation. Infrastructure development holds a significant and constructive role in addressing climate change and enhancing our natural environment. By investing in sustainable infrastructure projects, such as renewable energy facilities, green spaces, and water-efficient systems, municipalities have the opportunity to reduce their ecological footprint while fostering resilience against extreme weather events. This approach also helps in preserving our precious natural resources for future generations. Given the growing risks associated with natural hazards, including floods, heat waves, field fires, droughts, and recent snowfall, it is imperative that we collectively strengthen our communities' infrastructure and economy. It is also important to recognize that certain risks are as a result of man-made factors linked to undesirable practices and planning deficiencies. Local governments are navigating a series of challenges that, if addressed thoughtfully, could foster significant advantages. Many municipalities are in the process of tackling issues related to aging infrastructure, enhancing service delivery, and managing financial constraints that can affect their growth potential. Insights from various government and civil society reports affirm that improved infrastructure planning and management could lead to a reduction in service delivery protests, diminish financial losses, and elevate the overall quality of life for our residents. Moreover, prioritizing adequate maintenance of our infrastructure can play a crucial role in combating environmental degradation and addressing health risks within our communities. Recognizing these challenges as opportunities for collaborative progress, we are committed to working together towards constructive solutions. It is therefore important that we acknowledge the challenges local government face in developing and maintaining infrastructure, which includes funding constraints, aging infrastructure, and rapid urbanization, as well as environmental and regulatory challenges. Our municipalities are also facing complex challenges involving organized crime groups that disrupt construction projects and misdirect funds that are crucial for essential infrastructure improvements. These construction mafias present significant obstacles to our progress and to the stability of communities that are in need of development. In the light of this, it is vital that we come together in a collaborative effort to support and promote effective legislation aimed at protecting our infrastructure environment. Through collaboration, we can create a safer and more prosperous environment for all our communities, ensuring that development proceeds smoothly and benefits everyone involved. In the light of the limited time available to us, we would like to respectively draw this House attention to the crucial matter of maintaining and enhancing our water and sanitation infrastructure. This is an ongoing challenge with numerous municipalities working diligently to meet the needs of their residents, an effort that is essential for promoting public health and fostering trust in our systems. The findings of the 2023 Blue Drop, Green Drop, and No Drop report have identified several areas where maintenance could be improved, prompting us to consider collaborative solutions. Through the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, MISA, we are pleased to have over 100 qualified professionals in the built environment actively supporting municipalities across the country. Their expertise is invaluable in equipping local municipalities with the skills necessary for effective water service management. Additionally, we are enhancing accountability measures by encouraging water service authorities to allocate 10% of their municipal infrastructure funds to essential repairs. In response to the challenges identified, we are strategically shifting funds from direct to indirect MIG grants to improve oversight, with MISA designated as the implementing agent to selected projects. Amongst the key achievements in the MIG 6B projects, we have made significant progress at Mfuleni local municipality. The upgrade of the main outfall sewer is 43% complete, addressing sewer blockages and improving services to residents. And at Utugela District Municipality, a bulk water pipeline has been completed, providing a reliable water supply to over 2.5 households in Eguvukeni. As we continue to direct resources towards municipal infrastructure, it is essential to acknowledge the challenges faced by municipalities in fulfilling their important mandate. The non-payment of debts by various stakeholders, including government departments and citizens who are financially able to contribute, require our collective attention. When provincial and national government agencies experience delays or defaults in their payments, it can unintentionally undermine the financial stability of municipalities and hinder their ability to meet their obligation. This situation can lead to an accumulation of debts that affect service delivery and places additional strain on our fiscal system. To navigate this challenge constructively, we encourage all government departments to take proactive steps to contribute positively to the overall stability of our municipalities. Just as municipalities are held accountable for their financial responsibilities, it is equally important that the national and provincial governments embody the same commitment. By ensuring that payments are made promptly and fully, we set a constructive example to our communities. Equally important is the vital role each citizen plays in this system. Municipalities rely on the timely payment of rates and taxes from residents. And it is crucial that those who can afford to pay, they must do so. When citizens meet their financial obligation, they empower municipalities to maintain relationships with essential service providers such as water boards and ESCOM. To foster the growth and success of our municipalities, it is crucial to extend our efforts beyond securing funds. We must cultivate a comprehensive commitment from all stakeholders, including the government at all levels, the private sector, and all our valued customers. We respectfully assert that every municipality must prioritize transparency, ethical governance, and effective consequence management. By embracing accountability, we can build trust within our communities and invite them to join us as partners in our shared journey towards development and prosperity. In this spirit, we continue to advocate for collaboration as exemplified in the district development model. The path ahead is distinctly promising. Infrastructure development is undoubtedly a crucial element in transforming our municipalities into vibrant, resilient, and prosperous communities that reflect the ideals set forth in our Constitution. We stand together in our commitment to not only enhance our infrastructure, but also uplift the quality of life of every South African. It is therefore imperative that every rand spent is regarded as an investment in the future of our communities and our children and our nation. This serves as an invitation to all government officials and citizens alike, including esteemed members of this House, to collaborate and take action. By uniting our efforts, we can effectively turn challenges into opportunities and aspirations into tangible outcomes. Our collective objective is this: every municipality must work. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now move to Honorable Skier Kochel.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. We stand at a serious crossroad, facing a question that can no longer be ignored. How do we ensure that every South African in every town and village enjoys reliable services, stable infrastructure, and the simple dignity knowing that their government works for them? The answer, Chairperson, is clear. Infrastructure development in local government is not just public works. It's the way to build viable municipalities, but not the only way. Without it, we put our communities and our country's future at a serious risk. The task demands servant leadership, accountability, and unwavering commitment to deliver on these commitments. The Auditor General's report of 2021-2022 on local government paints a grim picture. Municipalities across South Africa are on the edge of collapse. Mismanagement is rampant, and critical infrastructure is deteriorating faster than the EFF's membership to the MK. Basic services have failed. Chairperson, in Afrikaans we say HKGK. Ons is in groot moeilikheid. We see sewage spillages into our rivers, crumbling roads, and the new norm of water shedding and power cuts. These failures aren't just statistics, They're the harsh reality of South Africans across this country. South African goes weeks, months, even years without clean running water. Businesses are brought to their knees by constant power cuts. These new norms aren't isolated incidences. They're symptoms of crisis in local government and accountability. And infrastructure development alone cannot be the solution. But there's hope, Chairperson. It's a shining light, and it's not those that the politicians like to abuse. When local government prioritize service delivery and accountability, we see real positive change. In the Western Cape, under DA municipalities, people are put first. Take Cape Town, for example, where swift investment in water infrastructure helped the city survive the 2017 drought. Today, Cape Town has a climate resilient water infrastructure that is a model for the country. In George, the municipality prioritized road infrastructure to boost connectivity, create jobs, and grow the local economy. And as I always say, Chairperson, when you move people, you move money. By exercising strict oversight and securing funds, George has turned their road infrastructure from a burden into an asset. This didn't happen overnight. It shows with the right policies and leadership, we can have municipalities that serve the people. Chairperson, I want to outline 5 critical steps that must become the foundation of local government reforms, paving the way forward to effective, accountable local government. Firstly, we must address the payment of municipal debt. Unpaid bills have crippled many municipalities, causing service delivery to come to stand. If we do not find ways to recoup this debt and balance municipal budgets, we cannot fund infrastructure the development that is needed. This means ensuring those who can pay, do pay, and that we assist those struggling but willing to pay. Secondly, we need to protect our critical infrastructure from vandalism and neglect. We have seen substations and water treatment plants sabotages, crippling essential services. The city of Cape Town has shown the importance of securing infrastructure. There have been a successful focus on employing security at key sites. This can be applied nationwide to protect the infrastructure that supports our daily lives. Thirdly, we must demand leadership efficiency and hold officials accountable. The key reason for the success in DA municipalities is the focus on prioritizing and professionalizing public service, hiring qualified, capable individuals, and instituting strict performance management. Without consequent management, there is no accountability. Fourth, we must build internal reserve and capacity. Infrastructure development is expensive. Municipalities need the financial buffer to weather crisis and fund critical projects. In the Western Cape, success has shown that building reserves through sound financial management is essential. Instead of spending money on vanity projects or mismanaging funds, municipalities must focus on saving and reinvesting in their communities. Finally, we must prioritize climate resilient infrastructure. The drought in Cape Town taught us that climate change is no longer a future threat. It's a current reality. Infrastructure must be built not just for today, but for tomorrow. This means investing in water-saving technology, resilient power solutions, and green building practices that will protect our communities against intensifying impact of climate change. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Only when it's dark enough, you can see the stars." Chairperson, fellow South Africans, it's time to look for those stars and deliver on the promise of reliable, accountable, and ethical government. Ordinary South Africans can no longer carry the cost of inefficiency. They need leaders who act with integrity, hold accountability, and recognize that infrastructure is the foundation for dignity, security, and progress. I thank you.
The next speaker is Honorable Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my humble greetings to you and the whole honorable members present here. Chairperson, the topic given today is the infrastructure, the importance of infrastructure in building and developing local government economies. Chairperson, infrastructure is not only viable path, but a catalyst economic growth, demand and value chain. Infrastructure is often considered as one of the cornerstones of economic development, but is not only viable path to grow. However, it plays a unique role as a catalyst that accelerates and sustains economic growth, stimulate demand across sectors, establish productive value chain. Infrastructure development create extensive job opportunities with one of the highest job multiplier in the economy. As the ANC, we view infrastructure as an important element in our day-to-day lives. The development and improvement of infrastructure essentially captured priority number 2 and 4 of our 2024 manifesto. Because a well-developed and improved infrastructure assists in expanding and modernizing our economic capacity. It ensures local government deliver. It provides clean water for all, and it improves public transport and road. Infrastructure as a powerful enabler of development, enhance connectivity, boost productivity, and serve as a fundamental driver for broader economic objective. While sectors like technology, finance, and innovation are crucial for modern economies, infrastructure remains essential for economic stability and growth. It is in this background that a backbone that support other sectors by facilitating the movement of goods, people, and information. Infrastructure projects include transportation network, energy grid, water supply system, and digital connectivity, provide the essential framework that allow industries and business to operate effectively. The efficiency not only boosts productivity, but also encourage new investment, attract businesses, and foster innovation, creating a conducive environment for overall economic growth. Infrastructure development is a powerful driver of demand within an economy, creating ripple effect that stimulate various sectors. Infrastructure projects demand vast amount of raw material, machinery, skilled labor, and technical expertise. This demand extends to upstream and downstream industry, from suppliers of constructive material like cement and steel to logistical providers and professional service, including engineering, architect, and project management. As a result, infrastructure investment create business opportunity for the extensive range of industry. Some historical major projects that have been created and developed by our democratic dispensation include the Gautrain Rapid Rail Project, the expansion of King Shaka International Airport, the expansion of Lesotho Highlands Water Project, the Kuha Special Economic Zone, the Housing and Reconstruction and Development program, so to say, the expanded Public Works Program, the Quebec Nuclear Power Station upgrade, and the bus rapid transit system in our major city. In terms of centrality of the state in driving infrastructure development through increased public investment, the state play a central role in delivering infrastructure development, and its leadership through increased public investment is vital for fostering economic growth, enhancing quality of life, and ensuring equitable access to resources. Infrastructure projects assist by stepping in with strategic public investment, and it helps the state to overcome market limitation, stimulate private sector involvement, and ensure that development align with national priorities and public welfare.
The state has the capacity to set strategic goals for infrastructure that align with the national objective, such as reducing poverty, improving regional equity, and enhancing environmental sustainability. This enables the state to prioritize projects that directly benefit society and drive long-term economic growth rather than those that are only short-term profit. In our country, where infrastructure disparities has led to inequality, the state role in prioritizing underserved areas can promote inclusive growth and social stability. Infrastructure projects often require significant capacity investment and have a long payback period, which can deter private investor. The state can assume that this initial risk make investment in infrastructure project with a high social and economic return. Additionally, some infrastructure projects generate positive externalities like reduced pollution and better health outcome that benefit society as a whole, but may not be benefitable for the private sector. By investing in this project, the state can address market failure and capture the broader benefit for the public. Chairperson, there are over 440 grants available in municipality for infrastructure and capacity building. Some of the grants are provided directly and other indirectly. The MIG and the USDG grant taken together are significant, larger than the rest. The municipality development, the infrastructure grant, so to say, program is the largest in the government infrastructure development funding in South Africa. The program was introduced as part of the major reform to coordinate service delivery. The MIG is a conditional grant given to municipality. These funds are used to maintain infrastructure such as road, pipes, and wastewater treatment works. Chairperson, the importance of infrastructure development in supporting small and medium enterprise and promoting inclusive enterprise development. Young entrepreneurs often face high barrier to enter due to limited access to finance, market, and also business network. Infrastructure can reduce these challenges and provide digital connectivity, which allow young people to access online training, financial service, market platform, which need extensive capacity. Additional public space and hub dedicated to business development, such as co-working space and technology incubators, can also support our young entrepreneurs with affordable resources to start and grow their own business. For women, especially in the rural area and underserved area, infrastructure is key on overcoming mobility restriction and improving access to market and information. Transportation infrastructure enable women-owned business to reach customers and suppliers with ease, while improved public service measures allow women to operate business more freely. Digital infrastructure measures also allow women to provide women and entrepreneurs with access to online marketplace, enable them to provide women entrepreneurs with access to run their business from home and bypass cultural and logistical restriction on movement. Access to water, sanitation, and energy also play a role in reducing domestic burden often placed on women, freeing up in time on business activities. Infrastructure design with access in mind crucially enable people with disability to participate in the economy and manage their enterprise. Accessibility, transport, building, and also public space make it easy for people with disability to operate business, access services, and engage with customers. I'm running in terms of time. Chairperson, in terms of the importance of resilience to disaster, infrastructure is imperative in building resilience to disaster, helping community economies and government to withstand and recover more effectively from natural and human-made crises. As climate change intensify and urban population grow, prioritizing resilient infrastructure is critical for reducing vulnerable, maintaining essential service, and ensuring economic stability. Resilient infrastructure such as building design with stand flood strong wind and can save by protecting people in hazardous area. Elevated building and robust structure in flood-prone areas prevent direct exposure to water damage and landslide. Infrastructure for meteorological and monitoring allow for real-time data collection, analysis, supporting early warning system for hurricane, flood, and other disaster. Road, bridge, and public transit system built to withstand disaster enable the quick movement of people and goods during recovery. The infrastructure help business resume operation, allowing economic activity to restart swiftly after the event and reducing long-term economic losses. Reliable telecommunication infrastructure support disaster response by maintaining communication between government agencies, emergency response, and the public. This connectivity is essential for coordinating evacuation, relief efforts, and public announcement. Infrastructure designed to protect our SMMEs enable them to recover quickly, supporting job retention and our local economy. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Numan. We're now moving to Honorable Nzimande.
Sihlalo siyakubingelela sibingelela ubaba uHonorable uMdinwa nobaba uKhuzeni sinibingelela ngokuyithoba nina ngoba nigeza ngenhla siphuze ngezansi siyayithoba sithunywe ubaba ungamalala uyasho uthi noma ngingayibuka esibukweni nesasebansundu sisanidinga ikhaya lethu leli noma kuyizindlu zodaka. I rise to address an issue that serves as a catalyst for development, economic growth, and opportunities whilst enhancing access to the basic needs of our communities. This issue plays a significant role in poverty alleviation. Despite the goals outlined in NDP, regarding priority one infrastructure, the government is failing to make meaningful intervention. This failure can be attributed to a range of factors, including poor choices, reluctance, and an overall inability to take action. The financing model, which is admitted widely to municipalities, need to be reviewed, and that's a matter of agency. Many municipalities struggle to attract and retain competent employees, which hampers their effectiveness. Additional government resources are often allocated based on perceived needs rather than actual requirements. There's a poor planning that demonstrates disconnect between development of plans and societal needs, such infrastructure failing to keep pace with the growing demand and population. This lack of proper planning is compounded by incompetent, insufficient skills, and ineffective of the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation in fulfilling its strategic role. Problems are identified much belated. As a result, the government has not been able to improve the situation. Furthermore, the government remains trapped in a spatial apartheid era approach to spatial planning. Borrowing too much by this government or high debt adversely affect the creation of conducive conditions for industrialization, which cities and areas beyond the confines of apartheid, spatial planning, including rural and semi-rural areas, are adversely affected. Poor project management exacerbate the challenges. This contextual perspective is partially reflected in the AXA 2020 and the Planning Commission report, wherein also it was indicated that the delivery of infrastructure falling short of which is envisaged in the NDP. Given the current infrastructure plans, it seems unlikely that the situation will change in the near future unless the government is replaced by a more caring alternative. The reduction of the capital budget in real terms for refurbishment and maintenance has a negative impact on municipal infrastructure. This occurs against the backdrop of an anticipated 2.15 trillion shortfall in the delivery and maintenance of infrastructure by 2040, as highlighted in the NDP. The impact of poor planning, skills gap, political instability in municipalities worsen the situation. The following amount meant for municipal infrastructure will return to national treasury during the period 2019-2020 and 2022-2023 financial year. 1.17 billion from municipal infrastructure grant allocation, 176 million from the Integrated National Electrification Program allocation, 315 million from the Water Service Infrastructure Grant allocation, and 553 million from the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant allocation, owing to the challenges, including political conflicts, amongst others, which is because of this collusion that we see. The skills gaps also, and the gross negligence. The parties involved in the so-called GNU are the primary responsible for this state of affairs. Unfortunately, it seems that they are unable to introduce any new and effective solutions. It is worse in Eastern Cape, 2.2 billion was returned back to the national treasury for the same period, whereas that's a poor province which will need this infrastructure. Due to a lack of effective control system, many municipalities are spending money outside the grant framework. This recurring situation demonstrates that government has either lost control or lacked new ideas for addressing these issues. Notwithstanding that the government has been cautioned several about foregoing situation, the problem keeps on recurring with no desire to eliminate it. Furthermore, despite being forewarned about the lack of integrated planning and monitoring of budgets and on project causing project delay or cancellation by metros, still government has been failing to intervene. It will be now a myth to say there is a high risk caused by so-called construction mafias, because when you go to provinces, we are informed that it's a less of a risk when you meet with the municipalities. So I don't know who is telling the truth between what is being said here and the municipalities. The classical example include that between 2022 and 2023, 8 municipalities were audited regarding their electricity projects. It was found that approximately 50% of these projects experienced delays, averaging 30 months, and the original budgets were exceeded by 25%. Additionally, 13% of the projects were found to be of poor quality. In separate audit conducted by AG on sanitation, 16 projects were reviewed. Of the 69 were delayed, averaging 29 months, with projects exceeding by 6%. Furthermore, 13% of the project demonstrated poor construction quality and 13% were not commissioned on time. For water projects, out of 29 audited, 59% were delayed, with an averaging delay of 16 months, and the original budget were exceeded by 7%. Additionally, 24% of these projects were found to be of poor quality, and 2% were not commissioned on time. This demonstrates the unaccountability and poor management and oversight by government itself. The current situation marked by dominance and significant lack of investment in new infrastructure and maintenance is driving many businesses out of previous disadvantaged municipalities. This exodus seriously undermines revenue generation, economic opportunities, and effort to alleviate poverty. As the MK, we call for comprehensive review and complete overhaul of the financing model for these municipalities. This is essential for revitalizing their economies and ensure a fair distribution of resources to address many of the identified structural weaknesses. Ngiyazibongela sihlalo, ngibonga nokuthi bayiphathe kahle abagogo abangahambi. Ngiyabonga.
Siyakubongela, Honorable Nzimande. I'm now inviting Honorable Mama Bolu, who has joined on virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Hoping that you can hear me, and let me greet the Honorable Deputy Chair, all the presiding officers. Let me take the opportunity on behalf of our provincial government to greet the Honorable Minister of Cocta and the Deputy Minister of Public Works, and of course all the honorable members, and acknowledge all the speeches, the inputs that have been made. They are highly acknowledged. Honorable Deputy Chair, I just want to put an apology that we have an engagement of the whole provincial EXCO today, and that is why the Executive Council, and that is why today I'll join you on this platform, and you'll acknowledge it's for the first time. I apologize to the NCOP, is because the Premier has convened a very important meeting. But otherwise, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this very important debate, representing the province of Gauteng. I would like to start by, and of course, in welcoming the debate and all the
Order,
inputs
honorable members, let's
that have
not
been
stop
made.
the speaker. Sorry, Honorable MEC, you may proceed.
Yeah, I suspect it's the DA, but thanks. The very first point I would like to make is that in appreciating the role that infrastructure plays in sustaining municipalities and, of course, local government, is that we must always remember that local government is a sphere of government in its own right. And I think it will be very much important to appreciate this point, to internalize it and to understand it, and to practice it. That is why, Chair, Honorable Chair and members, I always believe that the fundamental principle that has been laid by the NCOP, if I'm not mistaken, in one of its very early debates, was to underline the principle of the three spheres of government working together. I think at all material times, we must lift up that principle so that all the organs of the democratic state, all the spheres of government can appreciate the overriding principle of the need to work together, integration and cooperation, and importantly, cooperative governance. Because I'm deeply worried that listening, for example, to the Speaker of the Democratic Alliance, I got a sense of shouting and pointing fingers at municipalities, except those in the Western Cape. I honestly and frankly do not think this is the correct approach. I think we should appreciate each other as spheres of government, and of course, integrating oversight by honorable members at all levels in the three spheres of government. I want to emphasize, Honorable Chair, that the three-sphere planning, design, construction, maintenance, and of course, financing of infrastructure requires all of us to support and strengthen municipalities in overall project management, and of course, skills that are critical, but also to make sure that we support municipalities with modern, smart, robust technologies so that we can be able to deliver infrastructure. Honorable Minister has emphasized, and I agree with him correctly, and I think other speakers as well, the strategic importance of infrastructure in service delivery. It is the backbone, it is the big shoulders that carries service delivery. And that is why no single sphere of government can succeed without appreciating the roles, the challenges, the complexities of the spheres of government. And therefore, as a province of Gauteng, we are also calling for a very important need to review and to assess the financial and non-financial ecosystem to support municipalities so that they can deliver services. That is why in the province, we have already set a very good example in line with the Constitution that where municipalities are experiencing challenges, we should be able to partner with them, including bringing the finances of the province to support municipalities. We have demonstrated this with the city of Joburg and with the city power, and moving forward, we are signing partnerships agreements with other municipalities in the province precisely to ensure that we support them. We believe that, Honorable Minister, we should move forward and with speed to revisit the funding architecture and landscape of municipalities, particularly on infrastructure, given the backlogs over time that have also accumulated, the changes in population that places demands on municipalities to build new infrastructure. And of course, taking into account the financial difficulties or the growth of the economy that imposes financial constraints and limitations on our municipalities. The whole issue of the grants, the way we allocate, of course, the municipal infrastructure grant is not enough, but we might want to consolidate the grants, make them even much more impactful in their coordination to support municipalities. We will always emphasize, as the smartest province in the country, as the big economy, as the economic hub, that migrating infrastructure delivery to digital platforms is always important, because we should be able to have data and information to assist with interventions with decision-making. We are very much strengthened and very much pleased to inform honorable members that our support to municipalities follows a very important Gauteng local government turnaround summit, which was held on the 23rd and the 24th of October. And we believe in that summit, this gave us a very good opportunity to consolidate three-sphere planning. The Deputy Minister of Culture attended, Honorable Dr. Masemula, thanks to you, Minister, the province, the municipalities, learning from NCOP about three spheres of government, working together, integrating, coordinating. And we believe this is the overarching strategic outlook that all of us must take, that we need to work together on financing infrastructure, maintaining infrastructure, project management, skills, and all others. And to that extent, we believe we can be able to deliver critical infrastructure to grow the economy, to create jobs, to improve the living conditions of the people. I'd like to thank you, honorable members, on behalf of the province of Gauteng. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamalbulu, and we equally want to thank you for availing yourself at all times and your valuable inputs. Thank you so much. I'm now inviting Honorable Farmer to the podium.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members. The shortage of critical skills in under-resourced municipalities often leads to inadequate infrastructure plans. The absence of or poor quality plans affect the quality of municipal services provided to communities in various ways. Poor planning may erode the potential impact of a project, and as a result, service delivery challenges persist. How do we ensure that allocated resources to under-resourced municipalities by national government through various municipal infrastructure grants is invested well? We must make sure that high priority is given to municipal infrastructure planning, making sure that municipalities prioritize high development impact projects. Through infrastructure planning, we should identify critical projects that seek to improve the socio-economic circumstances of our communities, thereby creating a project pipeline for preparation and funding. Funds unlocked for infrastructure development as a result should change the quality of life for our communities. The DBSA has been appointed as an implementing agent for the district development model. This comprises a programmatic approach that will streamline and accelerate service delivery in 44 districts and 8 metros across South Africa. The model should transform the way local government works and interacts for the benefit of South Africans. By improving cooperation between local, provincial, and national government, the model will enhance the efficiency and effectiveness in the implementation of government programs. Municipal infrastructure plays a key role in supporting service delivery. During the floods in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal in April and May 2022, lives were lost, livelihoods were destroyed, and service delivery infrastructure was severely damaged. The effects of the flooding were worsened by the lack of well-maintained infrastructure, such as stormwater drains and water services development plans, which also reduced government's ability to help people with basic services. Well-maintained infrastructure such as storm, which also reduced government's ability to help people with basic services and restoration. The basic services that the people of South Africa are entitled to receive is access to clean water, sanitation, electricity, refuse removal services, public transport, and good roads cannot be delivered without infrastructure investment. The country's existing infrastructure must also be properly maintained to ensure that it remains in a workable and safe condition throughout its lifespan. However, the existing infrastructure has not kept pace with the growing demands in the country, and there is a backlog in both building new infrastructure and maintaining the existing infrastructure needed to provide basic services. Government has responded to these needs with aggressive infrastructure investment programs. Infrastructure investment is also a key component of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan that was introduced in 2020 to improve economic growth. Every year, audits on infrastructure are done and reported to municipal managers on the status of selected infrastructure projects, as well as on deficiencies and inadequate infrastructure maintenance. A sharp focus should be maintained on critical infrastructure such as water, wastewater, electricity, housing, public transport, and roads, as failure to deliver on the promised new infrastructure in these areas directly affects the public and deprives them of the basic services they are entitled to receive. Despite this, we have seen little change, and we continue to identify the same issues every year. Overall, the main reasons for underspending on infrastructure grants were poor planning, delays in appointing contractors, and inadequate contract management. The underspending of these key infrastructure grants shows that the affected municipalities have failed to deliver on the promises they made to their residents. especially in the DA governed municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. We now move to Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Honorable Minister of Kokta, Honorable Hlabisa, and the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, honorable members, let us at the outset, Chairperson, echo the sentiments expressed by the Minister of Kokta for the very important value of infrastructure in our municipalities. It is an honor to address you today on a matter of great importance to our communities and also our future. In the context of South Africa, and more specifically our province of KwaZulu-Natal, the issue of infrastructure, as outlined in the topic today, is not only relevant, but essential for the viability and prosperity of our municipalities. Infrastructure development is the foundation upon which economic growth is built. And in KwaZulu-Natal, the need for robust infrastructure is evident in our ongoing efforts to enhance transportation networks, water supply systems, and energy infrastructure. These improvements are crucial for attracting investment, creating jobs, and also fostering local economic development. Without adequate infrastructure, our municipalities would not be able to support businesses or provide the necessary services to residents, leading to stagnation and decline. If we consider the impact of well-maintained roads and efficient public transport systems, these not only facilitate the movement of goods and people, but also open up new economic opportunities for our communities. Similarly, reliable water and energy supplies are fundamental to both daily life and industrial activities. And as such, investing in these areas will lay the groundwork for sustainable economic growth and an improved quality of life for all our people. Honorable members of the NCOP, we are not under any illusion when it comes to the challenges faced by this sphere of government, which is local government within our country. Our municipalities carry the immense responsibility of fulfilling their constitutional obligations to provide these basic services to our communities. They are also entrusted with creating a conducive environment which fosters economic growth. And while they have this broad mandate, the funding they receive from the national fiscus is insufficient. The recent medium-term budget policy statement reflected that local government's share of the national fiscus is only 10%, despite being the sphere of government closest to our people. And this anomaly requires urgent attention, which causes us to reimagine how we must fund local government. Because this is a sphere of government which is currently grappling with back-breaking, cost-cutting measures, while simultaneously at the same time needing to expand access to services within our communities. Part of reimagining local government starts with realigning budget priorities and increasing the share of this sphere of government from our national fiscus. However, this alone will not suffice. We must also explore innovative funding mechanisms to bridge the gap between the resources available and the vast needs of our municipalities. The second part of this reimagining involves the institutionalization of public-private partnerships. And in this regard, we are encouraged that the Minister of Finance has said that the new regulations will be promulgated very soon, dealing with ensuring that public-private partnerships are more accessible and easier to execute. By leveraging private sector resources, we can develop key infrastructure projects within the sphere of local government. Triple Ps offer a pragmatic solution to our funding challenges, enabling us to tap into private investment, expertise, and efficiency. Triple Ps allow us also to harness the strength of both the private and public sector. The public sector provides regulatory oversight, public interest, and long-term stability, while the private sector brings innovation, efficiency, and investment. And by combining these two strengths, we can achieve more than either sector operating alone. The ultimate goal of any infrastructure project is to improve service delivery to our citizens. And this model of the public-private partnership can enhance service delivery by introducing competition and performance-based incentives. Private partners, by their very nature, are motivated to deliver high-quality services efficiently and to ensure profitability and reputation management. This can lead to better maintained roads, more reliable water supply systems, and more efficient waste management services, directly benefiting our communities. As we develop our infrastructure, we must also address the pressing issue of climate change. KZN has experienced severe weather events, including floods and droughts, which have highlighted the vulnerability of our infrastructure. And therefore, it is encouraging, Honorable Chairperson, that the Minister of COGTA is leading efforts for us to build what we call climate-resistant infrastructure. By integrating climate resilience into our development plans, we can ensure that our infrastructure is not only robust, but also adaptable to changing environmental conditions. This approach will protect our communities and also sustain economic growth in the long term. For instance, investing in renewable energy sources like solar and wind power can reduce our carbon footprint and enhance energy security. These measures not only mitigate the impacts of climate change, but also create new economic opportunities in the green economy. The KwaZulu-Natal government has taken significant steps to ensure the successful delivery of key municipal infrastructure projects. In this regard, we have established at COCTA a provincial project management unit to ensure that projects are completed on time and within budget, thereby enhancing service delivery and accountability. This initiative stems from our own budget policy speech delivered this year, reflecting our dedication to improving infrastructure and service delivery. This provincial project
Honorable
management unit.
Buthelezi, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now moving to Honorable Gotzel.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister, members, and fellow South Africans. The irony of today's topic for debate is not lost on me. Yet, despite the cringeworthy manner in which EFF members so desperately seek to try and draw attention to their toxic racial rhetoric, we are debating a topic that is so ridiculously obvious. A topic proposed by a communist party who has no experience of good governance. A party whose economic policy is akin to taking stokvel money from gogos in Limpopo so that their commander-in-chief can buy expensive shoes in Sandton City. Chairperson, the Constitution provides that the objectives of local government are to ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner. They must promote social and economic development and also promote a safe and healthy environment. In order to do so, a municipality must structure and manage its administration and its budgeting and planning processes to give priority to the basic needs of the community and to promote the social and economic development of that community. This is a difficult balancing act. Just ask any of the 66 ANC-run municipalities labeled as dysfunctional by Good Governance Africa in its 2024 Governance Performance Index. The Council of a municipality has the duty to ensure that the municipal services are provided to the local community in a financially and environmentally sustainable manner. Clearly, this mandate can only rely on fully functional, developing and well-maintained infrastructure. Honorable Mamabolo, the Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings recently undertook an oversight visit to Merafong Municipality, right there in your province. It came face to face with sinkholes that swallow schools, roads, and people's homes. Much of Merafong is situated on dolomitic land, largely due to historical mining activities. This makes the area highly susceptible to sinkholes, but frequent leaks from burst water and sewage pipes and a lack of maintenance by the ANC-governed municipality that stretches over many years have given rise to this untenable situation. Despite large sums of money allocated to address the infrastructure issues in this disintegrating municipality, financial reports reveal that the entirety of the disaster fund allocated to address sinkholes has been depleted, with many sinkholes, including those near Hlanganani Primary School, left unresolved. This disconnect between expenditure and actual work on the ground highlights the significant accountability issues which plague many municipalities. Municipal viability points to the financial status of a municipality, whilst a functioning municipality is one that has a satisfied community, good governance, good service delivery, sound financial and institutional management, and a stable political system. Financial viability refers to the municipality's ability to generate sufficient income so that it can meet its operating payments, debt commitments, and where applicable, to allow for growth whilst maintaining service levels. It is only when this environment is achieved that infrastructure development can thrive. Honourable members, don't get me wrong. Infrastructure development in local government is important. South Africa's municipalities can only work if it has the infrastructure to provide the services that the Constitution and its voters demand of it. But is it the only path to viable municipalities? I don't think so. Infrastructure is not just a quick fix for what is wrong in this country. It is, however, a stark reminder of what is wrong in this country. The inability to plan, maintain, and preserve our infrastructure for the next generation. The irony of this debate topic lies in the fact that it was proposed by the breakers in the country, whose members are known to burn and break down critical infrastructure when they are unhappy. In Gauteng municipalities, where the neglect has now progressed far beyond the possibility of repair due to 30 years of bad governance, a new type of coalition has now taken shape. The breakers in the country have replaced the builders in the country to form coalitions with the breakers in the ANC. Perhaps this is not irony, just a bad metaphor. The EFF's manifesto provides that their idea of a developmental state is a vastly expanded civil service that employs full-time skills to conduct many functions that at present require partnering with or outsourcing to the private sector. Instead of having multiple private contractors compete to offer the best quality at the lowest price, the government will have no such motive under EFF rule. Experience strongly suggests that the service provision of the civil service lags far behind the service provision of the private sector. The private sector is indeed one of the paths the DA supports to help build this country. In yet another resounding endorsement of the DA's record of service delivery excellence, the Auditor General recently confirmed once again that DA-run municipalities are the best governed in the country. With 19 clean audits, the highest in the country, DA governments have proved that they are managing public funds responsibly, ensuring that every rand is spent in a manner that directly benefits the community. How many did you get in Gauteng, Honorable Mamabolo? This is why people from across the country flock to the Western Cape. In conclusion, Chair, everything that has come to be associated with poor service delivery over the past 30 years underscores that infrastructure development cannot be the only path to viable municipalities. The financial aspects involved make it unfeasible, and this is exacerbated by cadre deployment and corruption. But one of the most glaring reasons, Honourable Chair, is that local governments are meant to focus on localized issues. Large infrastructure projects often do not align with the current needs on the ground. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gotsa. We'll now move on to the next honorable member, and that's Honorable Kesa. Honorable Kesa, you have 14 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. We're here today to forward the struggle for infrastructure development and building state capacity as enshrined in the 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars of the EFF. As we have witnessed a lack of direction in terms of infrastructure development and state capacity continues to deteriorate. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters has long been vocal about challenges surrounding infrastructure development, economic inequality, and the role of local government in ensuring the welfare of citizens. We have in many platforms argued that while infrastructure is crucial, it must be understood within a broader context of transformative and inclusive governance. For infrastructure development is not just about constructing roads and providing water, but it is about ensuring that these developments directly benefit the majority of our people, especially the poor and the marginalized. Local government is therefore a crucial part of governance as it is responsible for constitutional mandates related to promoting the developmental agenda, and anyone who stands in the way of this developmental agenda must be dealt with harshly. Yet, the reality which we are confronted with in this country is that of a local government which is currently characterized by lack of accountability, failing service delivery, and instability, with corruption and inefficiencies being rampant in municipalities with no real effort from the so-called GNU administration to address key issues. The promise to build capable, ethical, and developmental state remains but a distant dream to our people as the gap between the rich and the poor continues to widen, with the African child bearing the brunt of this inequality. The problem with poor infrastructure, Chairperson, is exacerbated by the lack of coherent plans to reimagine South African cities. As to date, there have been no believable plans in place that seek to replace towns and cities, as many of them continue to resemble apartheid spatial planning. Local municipalities cannot administer even the most basic planning, let alone plan complex infrastructure to deliver housing, to deliver water, to deliver electricity and sanitation to our people. And because of this incapacity, local government is currently characterized by the growing number of delayed, abandoned, and incomplete government infrastructure projects across all provinces. These projects include schools, health facilities, houses, roads, and water projects, which sit idle, incomplete for various reasons, costing the taxpayers billions of rands. We know this to be true as just last year, the Auditor General visited 132 infrastructure projects across the country, ranging from schools to health facilities and housing and water projects. And according to the Auditor General's report, most of the projects sit idle or incomplete with no delivery progress made long after payments to the contractors have been made. With 82% of these projects showing either cost overruns and delays due to numerous material irregularities resulting in significant financial losses. In Gauteng and in Mpumalanga, where I'm from, there is an ongoing water crisis which has resulted in severe water rationing, strained public health system, demonstrating the catastrophic consequences of neglecting infrastructure development. South Africa's water system is on the verge of full collapse because of the lack of infrastructure maintenance and corruption. With the municipal sewage infrastructure system now almost collapsed too, as out of the 824 water treatment plants across the country, only 60 release clean water. With more than 60% of the country's sewage and water system treatment works having been classified as poor or critical. In Velkom, there lies unfinished roads where rainwater fills up streets, creating hazardous conditions for residents. The situation in Velkom is not an isolated case, but a symptom of a broader service delivery crisis plaguing the Free State. In Kroonstad, major roads show significant wear and tear, with little to no maintenance conducted in years. The situation is far worse in the Eastern Cape, where shockingly, only 10% of the roads are paved, leaving the majority of the people there to navigate gravel roads that are often impassable, particularly during bad weather conditions. And the situation is not any better in their so-called metros, such as Buffalo City Municipality, where there are reports of pothole backlogs. Aging road infrastructure is ill-equipped to handle increasing traffic, highlighting the neglect of basic municipal services. In addition to the poor state of roads, there also exists lack of access to clean tap water in many rural municipalities. The absence of clean water in rural municipalities such as Hlangomo from Deni to Upper Tsitsa in Jogabi District Municipality poses a serious risk for residents there. And the provincial government's failure to complete infrastructure projects and improve service delivery therefore raises serious questions about its commitment to the well-being of our people. The ongoing neglect not only undermines public confidence, but it also endangers the safety and quality of life for the people living in these communities. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters has long advocated for the nationalization of the key sectors of the economy, including mining and land, to ensure that the wealth generated from these sectors is used to benefit the majority. And we are against the emphasis of privatized infrastructure development, which tends to benefit only the wealthy elite. As the EFF, we are committed to improving service delivery that is rooted in its vision of inclusive economic development. As in order for municipalities to be viable, basic services such as water, sanitation, electricity, and healthcare must be accessible to all residents, particularly in the underserved and impoverished areas. Infrastructure development alone, without ensuring equal access to these services, would not lead to viable municipalities. And it is essential that infrastructure be built with the intention of breaking down apartheid era spatial and economic inequalities. This is a necessary intervention as many municipalities, particularly in rural and township areas, continue to face severe infrastructure deficits. Chairperson, the success of infrastructure development depends heavily on governance. A municipality with poor governance and widespread corruption cannot benefit from large-scale infrastructure projects. Good governance is therefore essential for the effective use of resources and making infrastructure investment truly impactful. Municipalities must also have financial capacity to not only build new infrastructure, but also to maintain existing assets. This includes developing sustainable budgets that account for the cost of ongoing maintenance and delivery of services. Municipalities must prioritize the collection of revenue through local taxes, service fees, and other revenue-generating mechanisms. However, this should not come at the expense of the poor. Infrastructure must be part of a broader transformative agenda that includes good governance, social equity, and financial sustainability. For municipalities to be truly viable, they must ensure that infrastructure projects benefit our people and that these projects are carried out with transparency, accountability, and focus on economic empowerment. In closing, addressing the neglect of infrastructure is a matter of social justice and a prerequisite for sustainable development in this country. The needs of the rural communities, particularly in regions where inadequate roads and lack of tap water perpetuate cycles of poverty and inequality, must be prioritized. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kesa. And it is so appropriate, honorable members, that this debate is taking place in the NCOP at the same time as the COP29 is sitting in Baku. And the focus of this COP is climate change financing. And from what we could hear from all the speakers is the lack of funding to improve our infrastructure. Honorable members, we now move on to the next speaker, and that's the Honorable Breed. Honorable Breed, you have 5 minutes.
I did not hear that. Thank you, Deputy House Chair. I was sitting on the other side today. It is undeniable that many of our communities across South Africa are suffering due to inadequate and unsafe infrastructure. However, while it may seem logical to focus on providing better infrastructure as a remedy, doing so in isolation will not be enough to truly uplift our communities in the long term. Offering upgraded infrastructure to some communities would be like placing a band-aid on a festering wound. It may mask the symptoms temporarily, but it fails to address the deeper systematic issues that are poisoning our society. The real challenge lies not just in infrastructure development, but in confronting the widespread corruption, incompetence, and political negligence that has allowed our communities to deteriorate. South Africa stands on the brink of collapse as a nation precisely because we have allowed these issues to continue unchecked. A simplistic focus on infrastructure, one that ignores the deep roots of our social and economic challenges, will ultimately only delay the inevitable consequences of this neglect. Unfortunately, by framing infrastructure development as the sole solution, political entities like the EFF fail to acknowledge the full scope of the crisis at hand. They oversimplify the multifaceted issue, which is in reality far more complex. To pretend that South African taxpayers can afford to bear the weight of this increasing demand for basic service delivery is not just naive, it is irresponsible. The growth of informal settlements is outpacing the construction of formal housing, driven by porous borders, a faltering economy, and rampant corruption. Furthermore, upgraded infrastructure is not a one-time fix. It requires ongoing maintenance, which is something South Africa is lacking and quite woefully very bad at. We do not have enough skilled personnel to monitor, maintain, and repair infrastructure effectively, meaning that even newly built and upgraded projects will quickly deteriorate if not properly managed. Take, for example, Mutana Primary School in Kalksteenfontein, which after 49 years had to be demolished because of safety concerns and poor maintenance. Similarly, Bongani Hospital in the Free State has not seen an upgrade in 20 years. The failure to maintain infrastructure is not just an inconvenience, it is a direct threat to the safety and well-being of our citizens. The City of Johannesburg's infrastructure is a case in point. Accordingly, the 2021-22 Johannesburg Road Agency Annual Report says that 90% of the city's 902 bridges are in a poor and deteriorating condition. Let us be clear, providing homes and upgrading infrastructure is vital, but they are not sufficient to solve the deep-rooted problems facing our communities. We are not doing enough to ensure that there is economic growth in municipalities. True economic development requires not just infrastructure, but investment in human capital, skills, entrepreneurship, and job training. Only then can we create an economy strong enough to support a robust and sustainable infrastructure. A strong economy also leads to more employment, leads to disposable income, leads to municipal accounts being paid, leads to infrastructure that can be prioritized, and so on and so forth. To truly uplift our communities and have viable municipalities, we must address the root causes of our social economic challenges. Infrastructure is a critical component, but it must be part of a holistic approach that includes tackling poverty, inequality, and educational gaps. Without these fundamental changes, an investment in infrastructure will remain an empty gesture, one that will fail to deliver lasting, meaningful improvement of the people who need it most. And lastly, we need to address corruption, mismanagement, incompetence, and improve consequence management in our municipalities if we want to see true change and move towards viable municipalities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brett. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Mohoje from Salga. I think is on the virtual platform. Honorable Mokherje. Your voice is very unclear. Can you please try again? No, we can't hear you clearly at all. Can you move to a new location so that you can get a better reception? We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you in a few minutes. We'll move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Finnis. Honorable Finnis, you have 12 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to all honorable members. Infrastructure is widely seen as the foundation and cornerstone of a country's competitiveness, economy, and social well-being. To achieve economic success and improve the quality of life for all citizens, we ought to prioritize infrastructure planning, implementation, and investment. Infrastructure development goes beyond simple construction. It creates bridges that connect people to markets, opportunities, and one another. This connectivity is the lifeblood of business, allowing the flow of goods, services, and ideas to drive innovation and growth. The role of infrastructure is facilitating market access is crucial for Black industrialists in rural and township areas. Robust infrastructure means broader market reach, integration into global value chains, and enhanced competitiveness. By improving connectivity, ensuring reliable access to electricity, and closing the digital divide, we lay the groundwork for our industry's engines to thrive. Targeting infrastructure development in apartheid-era rural areas and townships has the potential to spark an industrial and entrepreneurial appetite among citizens. In the years since democracy dawned upon our land, South Africa has launched a transformative journey to correct the inequalities of the past and establish a pathway towards economic empowerment for all its people. The strides we have achieved are commendable. Through focused programs and resolute policy interventions, we have witnessed the blooming of Black entrepreneurship and industrialism across sectors, from manufacturing and agribusiness to technology and renewable energy. This was a deliberate attempt by the ANC-led government to bridge the gap between the historically disadvantaged and urban affluent areas. To draw from President Ramaphosa's recent utterances when visiting Limpopo, he had this to say, I quote, "There are areas of infrastructure development that will continue to be at the center of the agenda of this cabinet, like water provision and roads, until significant progress has been registered and the lives of people of Limpopo are changed for the better," unquote. This is not immune to Limpopo, but true to most rural-dominated provinces, such as the Eastern Cape and KZN, to name but few. The President recognizes the significance of infrastructure in people's lives and livelihoods, and reassures the citizens about the government's intentions to change their lives for the better. However, government alone is insufficient to ensure overall infrastructure development, and integrated participative service delivery would be the beacon to unlock growth and prosperity. There are fiscal constraints owing to the ever-shrinking tax base and low growth in the economy that make it impossible for the government to fund all possible infrastructural projects. In his remarks, President Ramaphosa on the infrastructure South Africa project in Gallagher Estate, the President reiterated that among other things, we are targeting economic reforms to unlock investment and growth, boosting industrialization with a focus on expanding small enterprises, increasing the competence of the state, and creating jobs through mass public employment schemes. And critical priority intervention is to encourage aggressive infrastructure investment and support its implementation. These include large-scale construction progress, community and social infrastructure, and infrastructure upkeep. The influence of public infrastructure spending is critical on the African continent, particularly South Africa. South Africa has been stuck on a poor growth path for more than a decade, and the country's unemployment rate is higher than that of many other development countries. Unemployment in South Africa hovers at 27%, but economic growth has been below 3% on average for a decade. National Treasury 2016. Whilst public infrastructure investment is central to achieving greater productivity and competitiveness, reducing spatial inequality, and supporting the emergence of new job-creating sectors, the public-private partnership is essential for achieving the NDP Vision 2030 goals of eliminating poverty and reducing inequality. Municipality serves as the local face of the state and plays a crucial role in the achievement of development goals. Our long-term goal is to provide great fundamental services to all, which requires effective and efficient municipalities capable of dealing with service delivery challenges. Section 154 of the Constitution mandates collaboration between national and provincial governments to support local government in fulfilling its constitutional duty, taking into account the problems posed by new forms of local government established after 1994. Furthermore, the district development model aims at improving cooperative governance and building a capable, ethical developmental state. The white paper on municipal service partnerships emphasizes that partnerships between municipalities and the public sector, the private sector and communities, and non-governmental organizations are key options that municipalities should consider in their efforts to rectify infrastructure deficits and disparities. These partnerships are key in knowledge sharing and skills transfer to strengthen capacity within local government. South Africa, like many other development nations, faces significant challenges in delivering effective and fair public services. The country particularly suffers from a shortage of public infrastructure, and a variety of factors contribute to the infrastructure deficit. Public entities are battling with effective service delivery and have adopted different models to enhance and improve infrastructure delivery. However, the models currently deployed have shortcomings, thus frustrating the efforts to deliver infrastructure effectively to the general public. Public infrastructure are assets of a country's economic development. Maintaining such assets in good condition is crucial. Infrastructure wears out with time and use. Neglected infrastructure will result in the degradation of the assets with negative effects on the economy, leading to greater cost of reconstruction over time. The goal of maintenance is to preserve an asset, not to upgrade it. The major findings by the ad hoc Joint Committee on Disaster and Recovery were that the catastrophic disaster, especially in the Port St. John's in the Eastern Cape, were the direct result of neglected infrastructure and unmaintained and blockage storage systems. The ANC-led government believes in the deliberate active participation of citizens in the development of the state. The intent is correctly captured in the NDP vision. The National Development Plan Vision 2030 sees an active citizenry and governance as mutually reinforcing goals and says active citizenry and social activism are necessary for democracy and development to flourish. The state cannot merely act on behalf of the people. It has to act with the people, working together with other institutions to provide opportunities for the advancement of all communities. Indeed, our citizens want to be engaged in shaping their future and want the government to be more responsive to their immediate needs. As the citizenry involved, it will require the government to decisively address the challenges that have emerged in its current development model, especially the rising inequality, and move to greater engagement of its people in pursuing equitable and sustainable development. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finnis. We shall now once again try to get the Honorable Member from Selga. I believe she is on a new gadget now. Let's see.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the NCOP.
That's much better, yes. Thank you. Thank you. You have
Thank you,
10
Chair.
minutes.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Deputy Ministers present, Honorable MECs present, and members of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable Permanent Delegates, Honorable Special Delegates. Infrastructure development is a derivative of functions as distributed by Constitution and different pieces of legislation to the three spheres of government. Consequently, infrastructure development is a responsibility of all spheres of government. Local government tends to be responsible for infrastructure that underpins the delivery of basic services, particularly water, sanitation, electricity, waste management, and roads, and has direct interface with users and households. However, some sections of the value chain in the service delivery are the responsibility of other spheres of government. This limits the ability of local government to utilize infrastructure development to improve municipal financial viability. It is also important to know that consistent delivery of services requires infrastructure provision throughout the value chain. The current state of infrastructure in local government is inconsistent with portions that are world-class and some that are not suitable for their purpose. Some causes to this challenge are as follows, Chair. Insufficient local government funding, both from the fiscus and from own revenue. Limited capacity, including but not limited to technical strategic leadership, which is key to deployment of the limited resources optimally. Poor long-term infrastructure planning, rapid urbanization, forcing the infrastructure to accommodate demand beyond its design capacity. Climate change, which accelerates the deterioration of infrastructure. Corruption and poor workmanship as the final constructed products do not match the designs. Then there is the component effect of these causes as they occur at the same time in local government as non-exhaustive as they are. The population continues to suffer serious economic challenges which impede adversely the ability to pay for the services underpinned by the infrastructure that local government must provide. The Bureau of Market Research estimates that the 74% of the adult population earns less than 6,600 per month. The economic difficulty has a double-edged sword effect as it limits both the national revenue on taxes as well as the ability of the population to pay for services. Sustainable, meaningful economic participation by the majority of the citizens is the long-term solution to the challenge of municipality viability. Research demonstrates that municipal financial viability is affected by the following factors: the revenue, the socio-economic conditions, operational matters, spatial growth patterns, grants and other transfers, financial governance, institutional capacity, investment capacity, municipal cooperation, strategic planning capacity. These factors, as exhaustive as they are, clearly demonstrate a need beyond infrastructure development to ensure sustained municipal financial viability. In the short term, the best approach is to utilize the available resources optimally through a number of interventions that SALCA is involved in. These interventions include the following: urgent review of the local government funding model, including the equitable share formula. Review the current conditional grant allocation to different spheres of government, especially those linked to utilities, and ensuring that grants fund the entire project life cycle and provide capacity where it is lacking. Professionalization of the public service, including local government, through different disciplines involved in managing local government. Improvement on governance in local government to ensure effective decision-making and accountability. Targeted capacity improvement programs done in collaboration with sector departments, ranging from finance to those that are part of infrastructure value chains. Where such programs exist, review their effectiveness and make new proposals where they seem to not be working. SALGA supports further engagements at all levels of the state regarding the matter of municipal financial viability. Local government remains the sphere of government that provides the most direct services to citizens. It is therefore in the best interest of all of us to ensure that the policies, legislation, funding systems are optimized and supported to function well. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokhaje. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is Honorable Sishla Zikalala, the Deputy Minister, Public Works and Infrastructure. Kuzeni, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Minister of Kokta, Honorable Shabisa, all MECs, honorable members of the NCOP, fellow compatriots. We appreciate the opportunity as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to engage this August House during the debate on the importance of infrastructure development in local government in the development of viable municipalities. May I start by inviting all of you, the South African public and members of this House, to join the department on Tuesday next week in Durban as we continue to fight organized crime in the construction sector while empowering emerging contractors. We are hosting the National Construction Summit next week, Tuesday. Honorable Chair, there can be no argument that infrastructure is the foundation on which the future South Africa is being constructed. It is the cornerstone of any nation's competitiveness, prosperity, and social well-being. Infrastructure development connects people to market, opportunities, and with each other. Such connectivity is the lifeline of business, fueling the flow of goods, services, and the ideas that drive innovation and growth. Honorable Chair, at the height of the COVID-19, His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa unveiled the country's economic reconstruction and recovery plan, which identified infrastructure development and maintenance to be the cornerstone of economic growth, leading the president to characterize infrastructure as the flywheel of the South African economy. This was influenced by the fact that infrastructure, especially construction, has a multiple effect, thus stimulate other subsectors in its value chain. In line with the ERRP, our entity, the CIDP, also adopted the Construction Industry Recovery Plan to achieve a coordinated approach in reviving the construction industry. To reach the National Development Plan goal of investing 30% of our GDP in infrastructure by 2030, public and private sector investment need to increase significantly. Many of reforms led by the National Treasury involving pooling resources from the private sector, multilateral development banks, and development finance institutions to fund infrastructure were eloquently presented by the Minister of Finance. To turn the corner and to transform South Africa into a construction site, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has been working closely with our agency, Infrastructure South Africa, to improve the state technical, project preparation, and financial engineering capabilities. The department is actively involved in addressing the lack of technical capacity in the departments in government as a whole. We also see the research that shows that the erosion of municipal engineering capacity increases service delivery failures. And in this regard, the department has supported the CPE's call that senior public officials need to acquire professional registration, especially for our infrastructure divisions in municipalities. As the department working with CIDP, we have established a Center of Excellency with the University of Johannesburg to strengthen construction industry research and skills and to further support postgraduate students doing their master's and doctorate degrees. The department also finalized and adopted the construction, the Council for Built Environment Professionalization and Skills Development Strategy for Public Sector, where no less than 11 interventions were identified to address challenges within the built environment. Through the CIDP, as the department, we continue to work to capacitate infrastructure clients on best practice standard for infrastructure development. At the center of our transformation effort is the rollout of the CIDP Build program with a dedicated focus on empowering women contractors. Women contractors are being supported to be future ready. Not less than 160 women-owned companies were supported by this year of 2023 and 2024, and all of them were supported up until grade 5. Honorable members, the construction management branch in the department is responsible for project planning, design and implementation for infrastructure projects, which are referred to us by client departments. The department is mandated by government immovable asset management asset as a custodian of state properties and is required to provide maintenance to ensure service delivery is not negatively affected. The custodianship role also requires the department to ensure that occupational health and safety regulations are adhered to. Over the years, the department has noted an emerging trend from various client departments which has a negative impact in the manner in which as the department we deliver construction projects. It is concerning to see department cancelling projects that have gone past the design stage and are beginning to be implemented. The department is in most cases is not furnished with reasons as to why such projects are cancelled. This leads to expenditure wasted, as well as professional services that would have gone to the design stage. As a result, you find a wasteful expenditure. But also this affect has a negative impact to contractors. When a contractor is not paid on time, their cash flow is negatively affected, and accordingly, the contractor has a right in terms of relevant provision of the contractor to terminate the contract and claim any cost associated with that. This habit has collapsed many emerging contractors. Secondly, the shortage of full-time professionals in government due to freezing of posts due to funding limitation has had a negative impact in the capacity to manage projects. This has been identified as one of the major causes for delayed projects. As a department, we are working to build our capacity to deliver, and we have appointed or established the project management unit at the head office to work to ensure that the capacity is built, and this will focus on the following areas: project management support to ensure that units execute all projects accordingly, development of record keeping and project monitoring process, preparation and submission of progress report, support on implementation of audit action plan, preparation of project cash flow, and monitoring of program expenditure. Additionally, the department is paying attention to the effective implementation of IDMS, which is a government management system for planning, budgeting, procurement, delivery, maintenance, operation, monitoring, and evaluation of infrastructure. Delayed project hinders the provision of services which are much needed by communities. These services lead to a number of people being frustrated when they don't get their IDs and when they are not enjoying access to law because there are no facilities closer to them. We have identified and embarked on a program to address these bottlenecks. This includes investigating the top 50 projects, investigate and improve systems within the infrastructure unit in government, strengthen the fight against corruption and prosecution of wrongdoers, such as the Bay Bridge border, strengthen and enforce work of the restriction committee and work with National Treasury to blacklist corrupt individuals and their companies, build internal capacity, work with Treasury to fast-track the process of finalizing the regulations for implementation of the Public Procurement Act. The department is also working with a number of organs to fight organized crime, including extortion, work stoppages, and intimidation in the construction sector. In this regard, we applaud the police for the work they have done to deal with construction mafias. The department will expedite the processing of CIDP bill, which will go far in transforming the construction sector and empower previously disadvantaged groups. The CIDP amendment bill has also correctly identified the need to establish the ombudsman, which will address disputes and practices that seek to undermine the constitutional imperative of transformation. We must also deal with collusion. We must also deal with fronting in the construction sector. We support the continuation by the department to establish the Office of the Engineer General in the built environment. We cannot allow a situation where the private sector will not be regulated by CIDP, as we saw what happened in George disaster, where more than 30 people perished. The lack of enforcement of regulation in the private sector has resulted in Western Cape Province becoming an enclave hell-bent on exploiting, in particular, foreign nationals and turn them into cheap labor. This painful form of slavery was succinctly described by none but Hugh Masekela during the apartheid era, when he said, as I quote, "There is a train that comes from Namibia and Malawi. The train that comes from Zambia and Zimbabwe. There is a train that comes from Angola and Mozambique, from Lesotho, from Botswana, from Swaziland, from all the hinterlands of Southern and Central Africa. This train carries young and old African men who are conscripted to come and work on mines." I refer to the, close quote, I refer to this because more than 95 people who died in George were foreign nationals who were employed only because they are not protected by our labor policies. Clearly, the train that transports people to slavery and exploitation still exists, and it goes nowhere. It has one stop, and that is Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zikalala. We move on to the next honorable member, and that's the Honorable Nkosi. From Mpumalanga, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the NCOP, Minister and Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, presenting argument on infrastructure development is inconclusive when we consider infrastructural imbalances of the past. The glaring disparities between communities remains a sore point in the democratization of our country. Former President Thabo Mbeki alluded to the existence of two nations in one country, with one characterized by broad-based development and the other one predominantly blacks, grossly underdeveloped. President Mbeki's argument elucidates the aspect of infrastructure expectation which has become a popular and complex topic in local government. It is one important government sphere which serves as the first step to democracy for our people, and it is where communities access physical service delivery. Furthermore, Honorable Deputy Chair, economic growth impacts directly on the quality of life, infrastructure development, and environmental sustainability. Infrastructure projects such as roads, bridges, and public transport system attract business and investment, creating jobs and boosting the local economy. Upgraded infrastructure can lead to a better quality of life for communities by reducing travel times, enhancing public safety, and providing more recreational spaces. Improved amenities such as parks, sports facilities, and community centers foster social cohesion and community well-being. Building energy-efficient public transport can reduce the number of cars on the road, which lowers emissions. Investment in green infrastructure like rain gardens and permeable pavements can also improve stormwater management and reduce flooding. Honorable Deputy Chair, building and maintaining high-quality health infrastructure and promoting healthier lifestyle will also assist our communities. Walkable streets, bike paths, and green spaces encourage physical activity. Improve sanitation and water system reduce the risk of disease and improve overall health outcomes in the community. On long-term cost savings, investing in durable, high-quality infrastructure may cost more initial, but it can save money in the long term. High infrastructure maintenance is necessary and should be prioritized on future budgets. Honorable Deputy Chair, it will be politically expedient and preposterous to present counter-arguments on infrastructure development. Not only will that be an insult to the previously marginalized communities, but displaying high level of conscious apathy. The best alternative to debate is to encourage further on how we can best deal with infrastructure concerns and challenges. Therefore, I'll just highlight few important points, which is the budget constraint and financial burden. Through that point, the ability by municipalities to collect revenue and apply proper financial management has the potential to maintain and extend new infrastructure projects. However, failure to do likewise may result in an aging infrastructure and collapse of municipal finances, resulting in public outcries. Poor oversight and governance can lead to misuse of funds, substandard materials, and delays. Public trust can suffer if projects are perceived to benefit select contractors over the communities. It is thus imperative to develop proper oversight, risk, and anti-corruption measures, Honorable Deputy Chair. Displacement and social inequality is also a share on the challenges. Infrastructure projects, particularly large-scale developments, can lead to displacement of residents, especially in low-income communities. The gentrification that often can drive up housing costs, making neighborhoods unaffordable for a long time. Prioritization of needs, which is also one of the important points when this process unfolds, it should be driven by the integrated development plan and the district development model, which are both meant to prioritize and implement all approved service delivery initiatives. In situations where resources are limited, focusing on basic services such as water, sanitation, electricity, education, healthcare, and social programs might have a more direct impact on residents' well-being. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, His Excellency President Ramaphosa initiated a government and business partnership whose intention are to contribute towards infrastructure, economic and human resources development. This partnership is focused on closing the gap in building of sustainable infrastructure projects, both at micro and macro development. Involving communities in the planning and prioritization process can help address specific community needs and ensure projects have widespread support. This fosters a sense of ownership and accountability. Sustainable infrastructure, including green buildings, renewable energy, and eco-friendly transport system, can help mitigate environmental impacts. Inclusive planning that considers the needs of all demographics, especially low-income and marginalized communities, can minimize social inequality. As I'm about to conclude, Honorable Deputy Chair, the commitment and ability to bring a quality of life to our people depends on infrastructure development. When approached strategically, has the potential to transform municipalities into viable and self-sustainable entities. The success of this path, however, relies on careful planning, transparent governance, a commitment to inclusivity and sustainability. With that in mind, the Freedom Charter shall live further, especially when we say the people shall govern. I submit, Honorable Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Nkosi. Before we move on to the next speaker, Honorable Members, the Honorable Minister Slabisa has requested to be excused as he has a presentation in another committee, and we will allow Minister to excuse himself. Thank you. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Molapisi from Northwest.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable members of the NCOP, Honorable Minister.
Honorable MEC, could we see your face, please? Switch on your camera.
I'm not sure. I'm trying, Chair, unless if maybe I can be helped that side, but I seem to be struggling. Hello? Am I visible, Chair?
No, you're not.
I'm not sure what could be the problem.
Could we move on to the next speaker so that you can sort your gadget out, and we'll come back to you? Honorable members, we'll then move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Summers, the Western Cape MEC for Infrastructure. Honorable Summers, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Minister of Cochrane and Extension, our Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, fellow MECs who are logged in online, all members of the National Council of Provinces, but also the citizens following us on the virtual platform. Deputy Chairperson, I'm here today to affirm a simple but very powerful point. Infrastructure development in local government is the only viable path, not just to sustainable functional municipalities in South Africa, but for sustainable functional municipalities in South Africa. From the perspective of the Western Cape, investment in infrastructure is not just a development strategy. It is a fundamental necessity if municipalities are to thrive, be financially sustainable, and meet the needs of their citizens, all of which has been confirmed is a success in the Western Cape. We have to acknowledge that our local governments are in a crisis across this country. A significant number of our municipalities are struggling with services and service delivery challenges, which includes and is not limited to unreliable water like the city of Joburg is experiencing, poor electricity supply, inadequate sanitation, and dilapidated roads, as we see in the other road networks across our province, and across our country. This crisis is most acute in rural and less developed areas, where resources are scarce and municipalities often lack the technical expertise, financial capacity, and systems to manage their basic functions, all because they have been hollowed out due to cadre deployment over the last 30 years. However, we see significant variations across the country where some municipalities are performing better than others. And we therefore have to ask, what differentiates those municipalities that are working and are thriving from those that are not? And the answer, Honorable Deputy Chair and members, is quite simple. It all comes back to infrastructure, the maintenance of our infrastructure, but also the investment in infrastructure. And infrastructure is also the starting point for us as a province for addressing the root causes of inequality, poverty, and economic underperformance. Basic services such as water, electricity, and sanitation are the building blocks of a functional society. Without them, basic human dignity cannot be upheld. In the Western Cape, where the majority of our municipalities have made significant investments in infrastructure that underpins these services, our residents experience a higher living standard, reliable services, and greater access to economic opportunities, no matter where they live in our province. But yet, where municipalities fail to invest in such services, like we do see in the other 8 provinces, communities suffer from rolling water outages, unreliable electricity, and inadequate sanitation. Honourable Deputy Chair, infrastructure is also the backbone of economic activity in local municipalities. When roads, bridges, and transport systems are developed, local economies thrive. It is therefore no coincidence that regions with better infrastructure, such as the Western Cape, will consistently outperform those without it. The Western Cape has been able to attract substantial private investment, particularly in sectors like tourism, agriculture, and technology, precisely because of our municipalities investing and also being well equipped with the necessary infrastructure to support business and industry. Infrastructure development is also a massive driver of employment. And earlier today, the third quarter statistics has come out, and our unemployment rate has just dipped in our province below 20%, the lowest in more than 15 years. That is a success of investing in infrastructure. So building roads, expanding water systems, upgrading electrical grids, and developing public transportation networks create a wide range of direct and indirect jobs. Die getalle jok nie. Die skrif is teen die muur. These jobs, in return, stimulate local economies, allowing communities to prosper. The Western Cape provides a crucial example of how infrastructure development can transform a region. Our city of Cape Town has focused extensively on its infrastructure over the past 2 decades. Despite the challenges of rapid urbanization, as we welcome fellow citizens from other provinces who want a better quality of life, they have made strides in providing clean drinking water, reliable electricity, and accessible public transport systems like the My City bus services available to these individuals who come to our province. Other municipalities in our province, like Stellenbosch, yes, George, Drakensberg, and Mossel Bay, have also made similar strides where infrastructure investment has led to better economic outcomes, lower unemployment rates, and more active communities. There is thus no doubt, honourable members, that infrastructure is an economic catalyst. And when a municipality prioritizes infrastructure development, the effects reverberate across multiple sectors. And as mentioned, the construction, maintenance, and management of infrastructure projects create direct jobs in engineering, construction, and technical fields. And these are often well-paying, stable jobs that provide livelihoods to local communities. But infrastructure also attracts investments because investors look for stability. And one of the key markers of stability is good infrastructure. Whether it's businesses looking to set up shop or tourists looking for destinations, reliable services like transportation, energy, and water systems are often the deciding factor. The Western Cape has attracted significant private investment due in part to the quality of our infrastructure across all 5 our districts. Our municipalities, which have developed and develop infrastructure, are also positioning themselves as hubs of opportunity, capable of attracting capital and talent to our provincial shores. Infrastructure development also has a direct impact on the quality of the life of our people. Access to reliable public services, better healthcare, safer roads, and a cleaner environment all contribute to social well-being. By all these benchmarks, this is the best performing province, and all of our DA-governed municipalities are the leaders in all these categories. And municipalities that invest in infrastructure also see healthier, more engaged citizens. It is therefore important to recognize that when municipalities in the Western Cape invest in infrastructure, they not only build better communities, but they also contribute to the broader national stability of South Africa. A prosperous, Well-connected municipality is the foundation of a prosperous, connected country. Something the ANC, where they govern, need to start understanding if you want our country to become a success. Infrastructure enables the free flow of goods, services, and people. Infrastructure encourages investment. It fosters entrepreneurship and gives local communities the tools to thrive. The challenges faced by municipalities in South Africa are not insurmountable, but they will not be overcome without a concerted commitment to clean, accountable local governance, focused on infrastructure maintenance and infrastructure investment. From road networks that enable trade to water systems that prevent disease, from energy grids that power business to sanitation systems that ensure dignity. The pathway to viable municipalities is clear. Infrastructure development and infrastructure maintenance must be the new priority. In conclusion, Deputy Chair, infrastructure development is the only path, again, to not only viable municipalities, but for viable municipalities in our country. Infrastructure is not a luxury. It is the foundation upon which everything else must be built. Without sound water systems, electricity, roads, and healthcare infrastructure, municipalities in other areas of our country will continue to struggle. But within the right investments, municipalities can achieve sustainable development. They can create jobs and improve the quality of the life of their citizens. Our province, this Western Cape where you are sitting in today, has proof of this. Our focus on infrastructure has allowed our municipalities to remain resilient, to attract investment, and to serve all of our people effectively. It is time for all municipalities in South Africa, big and small, beyond our provincial boundaries, urban and non-urban and rural, to follow this example. Only by prioritizing infrastructure can we build the stable, thriving, and prosperous municipalities that all South Africans deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Simmers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Thank you, honourable members. Moving the debate forward, we will now move to the Limpopo MEC, Honourable R.B. Makamu. Honourable Makamu.
Thank you. It will appear, I was failing to unmute the video. Thanks very much, Honourable House Chair, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, Select Committee, and other parliamentary committees who are here, our Minister Slavisa, Premiers who are here, my colleagues, MECs, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today we gather to debate an issue central to South Africans' municipalities and the lives of millions of our citizens: infrastructure development in local government. It is an issue that cuts to the heart of service delivery, economic opportunity, and social stability. If we are to build a viable municipalities, we must understand that local infrastructure development, it is not just an option, it is the only pathway forward. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, in terms of Section 152, defines local government's primary responsibilities. These responsibilities include providing democratic and accountable government, ensuring sustainable services, and promoting social and economic development. This guidance is clear. Our municipalities are called to serve, empower, and uplift their communities. However, our municipalities cannot meet these goals without solid infrastructure. Whether it's road, water systems, sanitation facilities, or energy sources, infrastructure forms the backbone of every service provided. Without it, service delivery breaks down, economic activity stalls, and the citizens lose trust in government. Today, we find that in too many municipalities, this foundation is crumbling, and this must change. Honorable members, we all know the poor infrastructure has a serious consequence on our communities. Let's consider water infrastructure for an example. The Water Service Act mandates municipalities to provide safe and sufficient water to all residents. Yet, in recent years, we have seen community protests erupting over water shortages, contamination, and age pipes that leak millions of liters daily. When basic infrastructure fails, the impact is immediate and widespread. Children miss schools because of water outage. Small business lose customers, and the health risks increases. In municipalities like Imfuleni, in the Gauteng province, aging water and sewer system have led to the severe health risk and environmental harm as untreated wastewater spills into communities and rivers. To address such situations, infrastructure funding must be prioritized as part of local government's budget. Investment in infrastructure is an investment in public health, education, and job creation. It is important to highlight that national government plays an important role in empowering municipalities to fulfill their mandate. National government transfers more than half of the national raised revenue to 9 provinces and our 257 municipalities, enable them to carry out essential functions and serve communities effectively. These funds support provinces in overseeing basic education, healthcare, roads, human settlement, social development, and agriculture. At the municipal level, essential services like water, sanitation, electricity regulation, roads, and community services depend on infrastructure investment. The transfer of resources is part of the broader investment drive aimed at boosting economic growth, which is projected to rise at an average of 3% over the next decade. However, persistent challenges in delivering and maintaining infrastructure services indicate a critical need for further investment in public infrastructure of the country. The cost of delivering the infrastructure needed to meet the National Development Plan objective is estimated at 6 trillion between 2016 and 2040, with energy and transport making up the more than 72% of this expenditure. As at 2021, the finance gap met these needs stood at a staggering 2.1 trillion. In the recent years, weak economic growth, rising spending pressures, and financial support to state-owned companies have constrained government's ability to invest in new infrastructure, leading to a decrease in capital investment. This has prompted the National Treasury to introduce initiatives and economic recovery plans with direct links to infrastructure investment, including collaboration with the private sector, multilateral development banks, and development finance institutions to fund the infrastructure more effectively in the country. There are 2 essential steps to achieving viable municipalities through infrastructure development. The first one is the investment in new infrastructure. To meet the growing needs of our population, municipalities must invest in new infrastructure that supports long-term development. For example, we need to upgrade our energy systems to support renewable sources, especially in areas where reliable electricity is lacking. Investing in solar energy for rural municipalities can provide power to schools, health clinics, households, boosting the local economy and improving the quality of life. The maintenance of the existing infrastructure. The challenge is not only about building new roads and water pipes, but also about maintaining what we have. It is often said that, I quote, maintenance is cheaper than repair. By prioritizing maintenance, municipalities can avoid the costly disruptions and repairs that come with the neglect. For instance, the regular maintenance of rural roads can improve access to markets for local farmers, creating economic opportunities and reducing transportation costs. The role of the legislature and honorable members, legislation guides us, but accountability is essential. The Municipal Finance Management provides a framework for sound financial management in municipalities. Yet, without strict enforcement, this framework is merely words on paper. Municipal leaders must be held accountable for budgeting for infrastructure and using funds effectively. Transparency and public participation are vital for this process. As we discuss infrastructure development today, let us also envision what a viable municipality will look like. Imagine municipalities with reliable water, roads that connect communities, electricity powering local businesses. Picture clinics, schools, and homes with resources they need to thrive. This vision It's within our reach, but only if we make infrastructure development a top priority. This is not an isolated vision. Experts like Professor Edgar Peters of the African Center for Cities highlight that, I quote, urban and rural development is intertwined, and only when infrastructure connects both, we can be able to create a resilient local economies. This means that infrastructure development is in rural municipalities is just that helping those areas. It is about connecting them with larger markets and opportunities, fostering a resilient, interlinked economy across South Africa. Honorable members, I urge us to work together across all spheres of government, with private sector, with our communities. We need the multifaceted approach that includes local skills development, public-private partnership, strong accountability mechanism. Let us also look into innovation and embrace modern solutions, from green energy initiatives to digital infrastructure that connects rural schools and clinics to vital resources. Today's debate is not just about buildings, not about pipes or wires. It's about people, about the citizens who look to us for the support, who depend on us to make the right choices for the future. Infrastructure is the pathway that will lead us to viable municipalities, and viable municipalities are the pathway to a prosperous South Africa. In closing, let us commit to building the pathway together, as I thank you, the House Chair, for the opportunity for Limpopo to make its input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC Makamu. Honourable members, we come back to the House now, and I invite Honourable Peter from the United Democratic Movement and the Eastern Cape to continue with the debate. Honourable Peter.
Honourable Chair, in cognizance of the progress made during the 30 years of democracy, substantive inequality remains, especially regarding the accessibility and quality of critical services such as adequate sanitation, pipe water, and road infrastructure, specifically in the previous disadvantaged communities. As a result, according to 2024 statistics published by Governance Performance Index, the Western Cape municipality dominated the upper echelons of local municipality performance in South Africa. The top 4 provinces that have lowest municipal satisfaction when it comes to service delivery are Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Northwest. And all of 4 provinces were historically governed by the homeland system. Most of people in rural areas of the 4 provinces remain faced with infrastructure issues, and these affect their economic growth, municipal tourism, and social cohesion. For instance, a research and recent news reports have proven that in some ports of Eastern Cape, the aviation and road infrastructure are affecting the tourism industry of the King Sabata Dalindyebo municipality. Because of the geographical remoteness of the area, this also makes the area economically distressed. It is far from South Africa's major center of power and influence. The South African Human Rights Commission has also compiled a report that the Eastern Cape's poor road condition violate the multiple human rights of the occupants. It is also notable that some parts of the country are prone to seasonal floods and winds, which are currently evident in some areas of the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, due to failure of delivery and adequate infrastructure services like bridges, road and public buildings, and poor maintenance of infrastructure. The UDM calls on all local municipalities, the relevant stakeholders, to ensure that they deliver adequate basic services to public and ensure that they do not infringe upon the human rights of the citizens. Local government officials should also know that failures to deliver infrastructure also affects the economic growth and performance of the area. Furthermore, COGTA should strengthen regular oversight visits to all of failing municipalities to ensure transparency, accountability, and good services delivered to communities. Speaker, just a short note. This building that we're in now is a part of the infrastructure that was built in 1874, almost 129 years, meaning we need a proper quality infrastructure in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. We stay with the Eastern Cape, but it's now the turn of the MEC for Public Works and Human Settlements. That is the Honourable S. Lusiti. Honourable Lusiti.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, the Minister, Deputy Minister that are present with us, all the MECs and the leadership of SALGA, the esteemed members of the NCOP, and all the representatives from the traditional leadership and the Khoisan leadership. I want to take this opportunity to greet everyone that is attending this important session of the NCOP. And we want to thank you, Chair, and the House for the opportunity to address the critical debate on infrastructure development as a cornerstone of building viable municipalities in our province and across the country. Infrastructure is not merely a series of projects, but it is a foundation upon which our communities thrive, particularly with the consideration of the social infrastructure. Infrastructure delivery impacts every part of our society, from economic growth, service delivery, social development, and quality of life. Our government recognizes this, and that is why the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is fully committed to strengthening and coordinating the development of infrastructure across the Eastern Cape. Our department's role in infrastructure development is driven by the transversal infrastructure coordination function, and this TIC function plays a crucial role by supporting, monitoring, and reporting on the performance of infrastructure projects across 4 key departments, being that of Human Settlements, Education, Health, and the Department of Transport. In partnership with these departments, the Provisional the Premier's Infrastructure Coordination Council has become a solid governance structure, unifying our provincial response to infrastructure needs. Through this coordinated effort, we have seen several key improvements, better adherence to infrastructure regulations, smoother expenditure patterns, and early detection of potential project challenges. And these measures have resulted in a tangible improvement in infrastructure performance within our province, strengthening our path towards a viable and resilient municipalities. Honourable Chair, in our commitment to strengthening infrastructure delivery, DPWI also serves as an implementing agent for the Department of Education, Department of Health, and other departments. Through our efforts, we aim to uplift and transform the socio-economic landscape of our province by delivering capital and maintenance infrastructure projects across the 3 key portfolios, being that of public works infrastructure, health, and education. Allow me to briefly outline, Chair, the strides we have made under each of these portfolios. With the Department of Public Works and the other departments, we have focused on building cluster offices, our office park and office precincts across the various districts. Our initiative aligned with our commitment to spatially transform and uplift our rural areas. These cluster offices are strategically located to provide the central access to services, transforming rural and small town landscape by establishing accessible office accommodation. We have successfully completed 3 cluster offices valued at 390 million, that being the Themba Kojane Office Park in Alwal North within the Joe Gabi District Municipality, the Tobile Bam in the former Mount Frem, Kwabata, Alfred Nzo, the Batandwandondo Office Park Komani, which is located in the Kristani District Municipality. And as we move forward into the 7th administration, we will see continued implementation of the cluster offices across the prioritized poverty nodes in Alfred Nzo or Tambo Joe Gabi. Projects under construction include the Emaklesibeni and the Mount Fletcher cluster offices, and I'm pleased to report that the Bishop Precinct cluster model is also proceeding this financial year. Within the 24-25 fiscal year, the Department of Public Works and other departments, we are set out to complete several infrastructure projects that include the Nkanduli cluster offices in OR Tambo, Imakanda Artisan Training Center, Esara Batman, Dr. Da offices in Namakwe, Emalahleni Service Office in the Kristani District Municipality. Our budget that is allocated for this portfolio is standing at 230 million, which is divided for new infrastructure at 106 million, upgrades and refurbishments at 87 million, repairs and maintenance at 37. Now, in collaboration with our Department of Health and our commitment to building healthcare infrastructure remains unwavering. We are dedicated to ensuring that our citizens access high-quality healthcare facilities that are modern and efficiently managed. We have several major projects that are underway, which include the Madwaleni Hospital with major upgrades and additions, which will expand the capacity of the hospital. The Nestonite Hospital, which we're looking at upgrading the hospital, investing over 105 million to enhance healthcare service delivery. The Greenville Hospital with upgrades worth 160 million to create a modern healthcare environment. Additionally, we will be constructing the new Ideal Clinic across our province, and these clinics are designed to provide accessible primary healthcare services to all communities, reducing the burden of our hospitals and ensuring healthcare accessibility in rural areas. As an implementing agent for the Department of Education, we are responsible for capital disaster and maintenance program with an allocated budget of 270 million for 24-25. We aim to complete 6 critical projects across Jogqabi, Sarabatman, Nelson Mandela, as well as ongoing disaster recovery projects in Amatole. Additionally, through our modern day Mandela plan, the department has completed several technical schools in Alfred Nzo District Municipality, further contributing to educational infrastructure and skills development in these communities. Honorable Chair, in alignment with our transformation agenda, our department has made significant strides in changing property ownership patterns. Since 2019, we set a target of 60% for Black developers within our lease portfolio, a goal we have surpassed with 65% of leases now concluded with Black developers. As we approach the 7th term, we are committed to furthering support for new entrants into the property sector, enabling equitable economic opportunities. The reconfiguration of government departments during the 6th administration, which expanded the mandate of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to include broader public infrastructure coordination. Our goal, aligned with the Infrastructure Development Act, is to ensure that infrastructure delivery that is timely, budget efficient, and contributes to socio-economic growth. Through the Provincial Infrastructure Coordination Committee, we have created a platform to address the bottlenecks in forced budget, reducing the number of non-spending projects, with 0 expenditure projects dropping from 1,051 in April 2023 to 72 in June 2024. We have enhanced infrastructure procurement by training SCM units, maintaining a term contract database, and expediting the procurement processes. We are exploring alternative construction technologies and funding strategies to address our infrastructure backlog. We face significant challenges from disruptive criminal activities by groups known as the construction mafia, and in response to this, we are strengthening project security through our Operation Kusela. We have established a provincial project support unit, also known as a crack team, to provide social facilitation on projects affected by community-related issues. Infrastructure development, Honorable Chair, within local government is essential to building viable communities and creating a trusted link between government and our citizens. As we work towards bridging gaps in accountability to our communities, infrastructure serves as a fundamental component to rebuilding confidence in our institutions. When infrastructure is delivered efficiently, effectively within municipal space, it drives local economic development by creating jobs, supporting SMME growth, and advancing community enterprises. Thus, infrastructure development is not just a function of government, but a vital path to sustainable municipal viability. To improve the integration and the alignment in government operations, we have adopted the district development model and implemented 9 comprehensive integration programs. These programs facilitate a coordination and effective delivery across sectors, focusing on areas such as infrastructure, human settlements, broadband and municipal support, youth and skills development, to foster an economy-ready workforce. District-based service delivery coordination, we are co-creating one plans that synchronize resources, review priorities, and incorporate catalytic projects that align with integrated development plans. Each department and stakeholder maintains its budget, but integrates planning in alignment for cohesive service delivery. Allow me to briefly highlight our commitment, in particular in the Afenzo district. The national government supports 30 projects, committing over 485 million, which represents 18.3% of the budget. The provincial government leads 19 projects with a total of 1.3 billion, which forms 52% of the budget. Our state-owned entities are advancing 50 projects with a budget of 80 million, or 3% of total funding. Our local government has allocated 702 million across the various capital infrastructure projects, contributing 26.3% to the district budget. This coordinated effort to the total intergovernmental commitment of 99 projects with an investment of 2.6 billion across critical sectors reinforces infrastructure's role in unlocking developmental potential in our communities. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the Eastern Cape's commitment to infrastructure development is unwavering. We have made significant strides through the transversal coordination, targeted projects in health, education, and public works, and a solid approach to combating the challenges we face. Our work in infrastructure is our pledge to the people of the Eastern Cape to build a province with a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable infrastructure that will support viable, prosperous communities for generations to come. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and I look forward to the continued collaboration on this essential journey.
Thank you, Honorable Lusiti. Honorable members, we'll now return to the Honorable Molapisi, the Northwest MEC, who had some technical difficulties earlier. The technical issues continue, and we will not be able to see Honorable Molapisi's on the screen, I'm told. But in the interest of not closing down debate, I think it's appropriate that we allow Honorable Molapisi to take the microphone. Honorable Molapisi. Honorable Molapisi. Oh dear. And I think that as we move to the conclusion of the debate, I think Honorable Molapisi has just used up his their last opportunity. So I'm going to then move on and call the Honorable F.J. Badenhorst to the podium. Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. Yeah, there might be some irony here, Honorable Chair, with the ANC Youth League, my fault, the EFF sponsored a debate on infrastructure development in local government as the only path to viable municipalities. EFF, how many municipalities have you run so far? Oh, sorry, nothing. Anyway, let's move on. We will get to a point later on where we refer to a couple of the municipalities where the EFF is actually involved, and it makes quite a sad story. But then again, the Commander-in-Chief at one stage of the EFF did make some pronouncements on infrastructure development, as I recall. There was, when was it again? At Nasrec, wasn't it? In 2016, December. What was his exact words again, the Commander-in-Chief? Yeah, I've got it here. Let me jog your memories, and I'm going to quote. Comrades, I want us to build a private school that is owned by the EFF in these next coming 5 years. We are going to hire highly qualified teachers, and kids will learn free of charge. Deputy Minister Zikilala, you're going to hate this because he was going to go and fetch those teachers in Zimbabwe. And it will be kids of poor people, child-headed families, people dying from HIV/AIDS. I don't understand, he said, why Cyril Ramaphosa, Patrice Motsepe, Robert Gumede, and Sisa Ngubelana don't have their own schools, fighters, if we don't build that school in the next 5 years, don't re-elect us next time, because we would be useless. And there you have it. The EFF is officially useless. But I don't find it ironic, honorable members. You see, apart from the EFF being totally useless in actual fact, in the words of their own leader, because he said so, the reason the EFF sponsored this debate today is that they could actually get some pointers from the Western Cape on infrastructure development of viable municipalities. You see, it's embarrassing to acknowledge that where they have managed so far to wiggle themselves into some sort of coalition government at local government level. Let's take an example. Is it Knysna? Yeah? Knysna, where they and the ANC and the Patriotic Alliance got into bed. Yeah, that coalition of doom there. And I think things have gone pear-shaped for the residents of Knysna. In fact, apart from Theewaterskloof, where the Patriotic Alliance and the ANC, with some help from somebody who was looking for a mayoral chain from the Freedom Front Plus, managed to take over in Theewaterskloof, they would also be a good candidate for a Section 139 intervention. So if ever there was a case for a Section 139 intervention in the Western Cape, Knysna would be it. Water distribution and sewage have collapsed due to the lack of management expertise. There's a lack of maintenance, and there's absolutely no investment in basic infrastructure. In fact, somebody just said it now, dead bodies are literally floating in the residents' drinking water. Well done, PAANC, EFF. No wonder the manufacturers of red overalls are busy looking for alternative products to sell because they can't sell red overalls anymore. But let's get back to the lesson in infrastructure development. The DA-run Western Cape can teach any of the ANC youth. Oops, sorry, I did it again. Yeah, I meant the EFF. So let's look at the Western Cape Infrastructure Department. Of the 223 billion rand allocation for human settlements development, the department have already listened carefully, delivered well over 40,000 quality housing opportunities over the past 5 years. This, despite, and now the EFF must listen very carefully, despite the fact that the National Department have cut their budget by 500 million rand due to sites earmarked for development, for housing, for the needy, with dedicated funding being illegally invaded. And those illegal invasions have made these plots now undevelopable, and that money has to be returned now. So thanks to the invaders, there will be no development on those plots. The Western Cape Infrastructure Department has also facilitated the delivery of some 5,028 housing opportunities, benefiting approximately 16,400 people, and handed over 5,007 title deeds against a target of 3,600 in the 2023-2024 financial year. Deputy Minister Zikalala, yes, we can talk about one incident in George, but we can also talk about the fact that the property management trading entity under your watch achieved 20% of its targets in the 6th Parliament, and they spent 86% of their budget. Well done. Honourable Makasini, you refer to the millions of voters watching us today. Here's some advice to those millions of voters. When you expect nothing from the EFF, MK and ANC, you will never be disappointed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable members, we now move on with the Honourable Molokome.
Thank you. Evening, House Chair, Kidumedishe, all members in the plenary, our ministers, the 2 ministers who are present in this House. Before I can start, House Chair, maybe to touch on 2 or 3 issues to indicate that as the ANC-led government, we have seen lots of interventions and improvements that the ANC government has done in the 30 years of democracy. Our ministers has indicated where we have started even now. You are not going to disrupt me. You won't do that to me. Burden host, never. So from 1996 even now, you'll see that the ANC-led government has done a lot. Even if we are in the GNU, the ANC still leads, and it will lead. In 2022, 82.4 households in the country had access to piped water either inside their dwelling or inside their yard. The Census 22 reported that South Africa's household using electricity as the main source of energy for lighting increased significantly from 58.1% in 1996 to 94.7% in 2022. 83.2% of households has access to improved sanitation and services. This proves whatever that I was saying, that the 30-year that we had, really, we have done a lot. You can compare with other neighboring countries. Just go and visit. You'll see that the ANC-led government has done a lot. I still put emphasis on that. This is a major progress which is achieved through significant investment by municipalities. Infrastructure development is also essential for improving efficiency, which translates to enhanced service delivery and increased economic productivities. South Africa's municipalities have a vast range of responsibilities such as road, public transport, water, waste management, and housing, amongst others. Efficient and modern infrastructure enables municipalities to deliver those services reliably and efficiently, creating a well-functioning system where services are accessible and responsive to the people's needs. Infrastructure development plays a crucial role in supporting local economies and attracting investment. Strong, reliable infrastructure, including transport, energy, water, telecommunication systems, lays the foundation for economic development as it enables businesses to operate efficiently, connect to market, and access necessary resources. However, initiatives like the National Development Plan and Infrastructure Development Chairperson, those PPP can attract private sector expertise and funding to build and manage infrastructure, while the NDP outlines government priorities to stimulate growth. If South Africa can address these challenges, continued investment in infrastructure will likely yield significant economic returns, stimulate local economics, and make our country a more attractive destination for investment. Moreover, the NDP emphasizes the importance of revenue generation in municipalities to ensure financial sustainability and service delivery. It outlines several approaches and recommendations for improving municipal revenue generations, such as strengthening revenue collections, efficient management of resources, broadening revenue sources, and encouraging economic development, to mention a few. In summary, the NDP's approach to municipal revenue generation is focused on strengthening financial management, diversifying income sources, improving revenue collection, and promoting local economic development. House Chair, Investments in digital infrastructure, for example, allow municipalities to implement smart city solutions which can streamline services and better allocation resources. Through internet and device, IoT enables devices, we can monitor water usage, track waste management, and manage traffic in real times, reduce waste management, and manage traffic in reduce waste and enhancing the quality of service delivery. Digitizing service and connection infrastructure also provide greater accountability and transparency, which is essential in winning public trust and ensuring equitable service across our diverse communities. Infrastructure that is resilient mean our municipality are better equipped to handle both foreseeable and unforeseen challenges. As we witness increased risk from climate change such as drought, floods, and fire, the importance of resilient infrastructure cannot be overstated. Infrastructure development that consider resilience ensures that our roads, bridges, water systems, and other essential services are prepared for adverse conditions, whether from environment threats or economic disruptions. For example, we can prioritize building floods resilience drainage system in vulnerable areas and strengthen the structural integrity of building against natural disasters. When our infrastructure can withstand shock and a municipality can continue operating with a minimum disruption, protecting both lives and livelihood. House Chair, it is noticeable that balancing infrastructure development with critical areas like education, healthcare, and social services in municipalities requires strategic planning, effective resource allocation, and active community engagement. Through integrated development plans, financial innovation, and sustainable practices, our municipality can ensure that infrastructure project not only improves physical landscapes, but also enhance the quality of life and social well-being of their communities. For our municipalities to improve high-quality services, infrastructure must be built not only to last, but also to adapt to changing demands and climate conditions. Sustainability infrastructure means creating systems that can meet the needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to do the same. A sustainable municipality requires investment in green technologies and renewable energy, which helps reduce the carbon footprint of communities and offer long-term services. For example, House Chair, by investing in solar power, rainwater harvesting system, and energy efficiency lighting, we can reduce both energy cost and greenhouse gas emission, providing a cleaner and healthier environment for all citizens. And through sustainable construction practices, we can ensure that every new project is mindful of resources and energy efficiency. Finally, it is important to acknowledge the direct and indirect economic benefits of infrastructure development. Large-scale projects create job stimulus, local economies, and encourage private sector investment. Every road built, every power land erected and every house project initiated as a ripple effect, creating empowerment opportunity and local businesses. This not only benefits our economy, but also foster a sense of pride and ownership amongst all communities, contributing to social cohesion and collective commitment to maintaining and protecting those assets. Infrastructure development should prioritize inclusivity to bridge disparities between urban and rural municipalities by ensuring that every community has access to quality road, reliable power, clean water, and healthcare facilities. We can foster an environment where everyone, regardless of their location, has the opportunity to thrive. Corruption erodes trust and diverts resources away from where they are most needed. We must strengthen oversight machineries and empower independent body to hold officials accountable. Fostering a culture of ethics and transparency within municipalities or municipal offices will not only improve service delivery, but it will also build stronger relationships between the government and communities. In conclusion, House Chair, I believe that infrastructure development is not just about building infrastructure. It is about building sustainable future. It is about ensuring that our children inherit a country that is environmentally sound, economically vibrant, and socially inclusive. As we continue to invest in and innovate our infrastructure, we are also investing in the hopes, dreams, and well-being of all South Africans. Our policies as the ANC for municipalities are intended to address historical inequality, improve the quality of lives for residents, and drive local development. We owe it to every South African to ensure that basic services are delivered with efficient equality and integrity. Let us work together to build municipalities that truly serve their people, embodying the idea of our democracy and lifting our community toward a future opportunity, prosperity, and hope. Let us also work together as government, private sectors, civil society, and our traditional leaders to create municipalities that are sustainable, efficient, and resilient. Through this effort, we can transform South Africa in a nation where everyone benefits from the advancement of today and feel secured about the prospect of tomorrow. House Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Molokome. Honorable members, to conclude the debate, I now invite the Honorable Makasine back to the podium and give her closing thoughts. Honorable Makasine.
No, thank you very much. Let me acknowledge the speakers for the positive input and the contribution to the debate. But in the Funukala up, Kwaba, you know what? The DA is a problem here no Nicimba. Ukuba because of the color of the skin. Nicimba Young is about yourself. Lingene. We position your minister with public works. Akukho nize ngayo nifike yonke into ikhona etafileni. There's nothing that you have bring and contributed to the Department of Public Works. The only thing that you have ministers is because of the skin colors. And Tinasi economic freedom fighters asinoyiki. And we are not ashamed. If you want accreditation, ukuze sabantwana benu esikolweni sethu esizabe sisayikhile eMagaliesburg You are welcome back to bring your grandchildren to come to the school, bazoregister bazofunda. If unicimba, nizasibulala singabantu abamnyama, njengokubana nibulale uChristiani, uSteve Biko, unakuthula Similani, you there. Uba aninakwazi uyenza phakuthi thina asinaxesha asinoyiki badinosi. The rest is that we are doing in the Western Cape apho nibulala abantwana nisithi baba ama-apulu. We are not athina singobo. Isikolo uba uyasifuna uzasifumana ndikuphile address, you can go and get the details. And another thing, if nine obsession go commander in chief ngokunxiba eLouis Vuitton, we can buy for yourself because nina problem. Ukuba anikwazi nokuzithengela, you are obsessed about the commander in chief, and the EFF is here to stay. We are not going anywhere. So that's the question that all of us must ask ourselves. We need to ask a question. Ukuthi kuyo yonke lento sivumelene ngayo yintoni esizokuyenza ukumake sure ukuthi si-appoint abantu abaqualified kwi-position. We don't appoint abantu because of association of the political affiliates. We need to capacitate abantu bethu ku-position as a deployment. Indeed, we need to minimize the issue of the beneficiation of process of the mineral resources so that you can create internally in the country imisebenzi, because if yonke into we cannot see ambise like minerals won't have a process yokuba challenge yokuthi singabi nemisebenzi. Asinamisebenzi because yonke into our minerals resources siyawathatha sizihambise sizise ngaphandle. Abantu base South Africa bangakwazi nomsebenzi. So as a country we need to have guards and boards ukuthi make sure you create imisebenzi. It's what we have because minerals resources esinazo. We have heavily invest in the sector. We need also to invest in the sectors like marine tourism, aquaculture, and the shipping to support our coastal communities. The fishing community, abantu aba-investor ku-fishing, it cannot be allowed. Ibe ngabantu abamhlophe kuphela. Nabantu bethu abafuneka ba-participate kwi-economy yokufisha babe ne-license, minister, because that's the only thing that we have, that we are also part of our mineral resources. Laba abamhlophe abanendlebe zelanga bacinga ukuba i-right zeminerali zazizemegada wabo ngo-1962. They didn't come with nothing. The only thing bathi ngamadantinti esuka le ezokuba ezosibela nabafazi nabafazi abanabo ngabethenga nabo. Abananto abaze ngayo. We are not going to be trained by you incompetent white people today the country sikulenda usikuyo because we think we are going to govern again. And in our governor anytime soon. You are in coalition today. Come another 5 years, you are going to be out. You are not going to be part of the GNU. We are very respecting us. Even on first I can go when we are a member of the parliament. We are useless. We are racist. You hate black people. I thank you.
Thank you for that short conclusion, Honorable Makasine. Honorable members, I'd like to thank you all for your attendance today and your participation in the debate. I'd particularly like to thank the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Provincial Minister and MECs, representative from SALGA, all special and permanent delegates. Your attendance and your participation in the debate has been much appreciated. Honorable members, that concludes the business of the day. The House is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
EFF 10.
Recording stopped.